55 years ago, an event began here in Long Beach, California that has endured to this day. Welcome to the 55th annual running of the Long Beach Yacht Club Congressional Cup here in Long Beach, California. I'm Tucker Thompson, joined by Thomas Townsend, our umpire expert, and Mary Cheers, our sailing expert, local to Long Beach. And behind us, the first match is underway. 10 of the top match racing teams represented here for the 55th running of this grandfather of all match racing events here in the United States. Let's join the action on the water. Cool. All right, well, here we go, guys. We are already into the first pre-start. We've got Nicholas Dockheimer, who's entered from the left-hand side. That's him in boat number 5 against Nick Egnott Johnson. So we've got the Nick against Nick match, folks. Here we go. Tell us about the conditions, Mary.
It's a little light right now, but it's filled in since this morning. It looks like it's coming out about 5-6 knots right now from the southwest. We expect it to kind of clock around to the right like it usually does. It's starting out light, but we expect a little bit more wind to be coming up later in this afternoon. It looks like it's going to be a good day for the boats and the racers.
All right, and Thomas, light air, but nonetheless, it's going to be entertaining for the umpires?
Should be. A good day out there, some of the best match races in the world, and here we have what's referred to as a steel balls. Blue going down and passing to leeward of yellow, enabling them to exit out to the right and free of the starboard tacker boat.
So already a good move for Dockheimer. He's gotten out of the dial-up and now starting to reach on port back towards the right-hand end of the starting box, coming up on about 2 minutes till the start. Somewhat of a slow start to the Congressional Cup, but as we know, the action heats up later in the week and later in the afternoon as the sea breeze builds here in Long Beach. Both boats now on port, heading above the committee boat end towards the right. Looks like an overlap, almost an overlap, from the trailing boat number 10, Egnott Johnson, or EJ. Kenny Luff, can he push Dockheimer up, keep him from getting into the starting area and jibing at this point? That's a very strong position, and Dockheimer is in a bit of trouble. Minute 40 seconds to go. What are the umpires thinking at this stage with the overlap?
The boat's managed to escape out over to the right side of the course, so at this time it's looking pretty good. You're trying to see whether Blue is going to jibe around. Doesn't look as though he can put that jibe in, so he'll be tacking shortly, around a minute.
We're coming up on a minute now. It looks as though Dockheimer may use the spare boat as a pick. No, both boats have jibed, so lucky for Dockheimer, the Swede gets out of jail free, if you will. Coming up on about a minute to the start. Yep, there's 1 minute. And now both boats will bows down, increase a bit of distance. Oh, we could have a luffing match here. Dockheimer has turned the tides, if you will, and now it's Nick EJ, Egnott Johnson, who is in a little bit of trouble. He's windward boat. He'll have to keep clear. Can he get back to the starting line? Can he break the overlap, get his bow down? About 40 seconds to do it. Before the start, they'll split. Nick from New Zealand goes above the committee boat. Nick from Sweden goes below. How are we looking on time? 25 seconds to go to the start. The Kiwis look as though they'll get a start out of this at the pin end, running away from Dockheimer, who's in a bit of dirty air right now. Good speed for the Kiwi boat. Time on distance perfect, maybe 1 second early for a start at the pin at full speed. Dockheimer puts his bow up, wants a little bit of windward separation, and here we go. 5 seconds, the countdown. It'll be an even start with the Kiwis to lure the Swedes to windward, and we're off in match number 1. Mary, tell us about the conditions on the race course. Both boats have tacked on to starboard. Do you like the right? Do you like the left? What do you see?
It looks like the wind is coming in and filling in more to the right there. There's some patchy spots where you can look out on the water and you can see that it's pretty calm in spots, but it is starting to fill in more to the right. So I think that's one of the reasons why, well, the mark is straight ahead of us, so they're going to go to the right to get more of the pressure.
And looking at both of these teams, which do you like?
That's a tough one right now, but I think I like both of them.
She could be a politician, Thomas, with that answer. Okay, so now we're going to switch back to the pre-start of the next match. 10 seconds to the entry. This will be Chris Poole entering from the left hand, or the pin end of the line. Harry Price entering from the right in number 7. Poole and Price sailed against each other in the qualifier, the Ficker Cup. They finished second and first, respectively, and that qualified them for the Congressional Cup. Into the entry, here we go. On the right again is Price from Australia, Poole from the United States. Both boats have dipped below the starting line, so they've officially entered, and we're into the dial-up. Now, you've been an umpire for 5 Congressional Cups, Thomas. I know that each umpire picks a competitor, if you will, so talk us through the dial-up.
So what's happening in the dial-up is the umpire the umpire on the left in the boat is the blue boat, and the umpire on the right is the yellow boat. And you talk about your rights and obligations. So at this point, blue has gone through head to wind and is now on starboard, and yellow remains on starboard. So the blue boat is now the leeward boat and has right of way as a leeward boat. And in this light air, they're going to sit dialed up head to wind and try and let the clock run out. Yellow is trying to stop blue getting to the right, and blue is trying to escape to the right so they can come back in to start.
Thank you, Thomas. And we saw the steel balls move, as you called it, in the last match, where the boat from the left was able to swing below the starboard boat. But this time, each boat has fallen off onto port. So we've got Poole to windward, trying to get over the top of Harry Price's bow. Price, a young Australian match racer, has won every single major international youth match race event in the world, which is quite impressive. Chris Poole from Oyster Bay and the Oak Cliff Sailing Center has been match racing for many years. By all accounts, this should be a good match, as these teams were in the finals of the Ficker Cup. Were you here for the Ficker Cup?
I was here for the Ficker Cup. As you can see, Price has gone with a spinnaker, trying to stop Poole getting over the top of him. So he's pulling out. He's maintaining that leeward right-of-way position, so Poole having to keep clear as the windward boat, and Price putting the pressure on, trying to keep him from getting a good start. We're minute 35 from the start here. Price, I would expect, is going to hold Poole out with this move. You should see the spinnaker coming down in the next 30 seconds. Poole now tacking away, so he's tacked onto starboard, and he's going to try and get down to leeward below the line so he can get a clean start. Up with the spinnaker on Poole's boat, and Price matching. Price looking in a good position at this point. I think Price has got a lot better position here. 1 minute.
It's the first time I've ever heard Price matching since I was last at Walmart. And here we go. Both spinnakers up. Less than a minute now to the start. Poole will go over the top of the committee boat there. And Price setting up to leeward. Sort of what we saw in the last pre-start, but a bit more separation between the boats. Now the question for Poole, with 35 seconds, can he get over the committee boat, over the top of Price's bow, and then down below the line before the start? I'm not too sure. Price is going to have a thing or two to say about that. Mary, what do you think?
I'm not really quite sure either, because it's kind of hard to decide what they're doing there. But I like the way they're using their spinnakers to get back and get the speed and take a lot of the wind.
So Poole is trying to return and get below the starting line here. We've got 5 seconds to go. He's jibed, and it's going to be a split tack start. One on starboard, one on port. 2 horns indicating one boat is over, and I believe that is Poole is over the line, coming back.
Oh, man. I was just going to say, Price did a beautiful job there at the pin, full speed, at the gun in clear air. Poole, well, over the line, spinnaker dragging in the water, doing a maneuver, and slow. Other than that, a pretty good start.
Yes, I think money's on Price here. He's looking good. But Poole's getting out to the right first, so looking at the wind. Getting out to the right is the way to go, so he's going to get to the pressure first. Just a question of whether Price is going to roll him before he gets there.
Now, it's been about 100 years since I last match raced here, but by my eye, it's so patchy. This is what I used to call connect the dots conditions, where you try to get in the most amount of breeze on the course. And there seems to be breeze in the middle and breeze to the right, but the very far right, all the way up under the oil islands, it gets light. So I like the boats that are starting at the pin and tacking and staying in this sort of middle pressure and leading to the right. And it looks, Mary, like a little bit of a lefty for Price, for the lead boat. Now we're shifting back into the pre-start of match number 3. Both spinnakers are up in the pre-start entrance. This is going to be Maxime Mesnil from France against Will Bolden from Australia. Two young, first-time Congressional Cup sailors. Spinnakers coming down, and we're into the dial-up.
It's going to be interesting. This is close. Maxime not getting across. Looks as though there could be contact. We're going to see a penalty here. No, we're seeing green. Interesting. Obviously no contact. Difficult to tell from this point. Maxine doing enough to avoid the penalty. But you got Bolden coming round again, jibing onto starboard. Mesnil is on port, and Bolden's got him lined up again. Port starboard. Is Bolden doing enough? Let's see. He was hard over on his helm. Do the umpires think he did enough to keep clear? Don't see. Yep, there's a Yankee flag from Bolden. And let's see what the umpires say. They say green, so all that what Mesnil has to do is do enough to convince the umpires that he was doing what he could to keep clear. He's responsible for keeping clear, and Bolden on yellow, who was starboard, is responsible for giving him room to keep clear. So both heading out to the right now, and Bolden now coming around, jibing again. He's going to jibe onto starboard, going to luff up, and it's going to be another port starboard, and he's got him lined up. While he is altering, he has to give room, and he's tacking to leeward of Mesnil, and looks like Mesnil's escaped. So he's off to the right of the committee boat. We are coming up to 1:30 to start. Up with a spinnaker on Bolden's boat. He's going lower, going to try and trap Mesnil out there. Mesnil's going to jibe, and he'll be on starboard coming back at Bolden. So the advantage is now switched over to blue. Blue is what's called pushing, and when coming up to 1 minute, I would say that Bolden's looking a little bit early at this point, so I'd expect them to come up head to wind at some point during this pre-start. Bolden clear ahead. Mesnil pushing from behind. He's now going to go down to leeward of Bolden and try and get a hook, so he gets a windward leeward position, but Bolden's got the speed on and keeping clear. 40 seconds to go. Should be a dial-up at this point, so the leeward boat, Mesnil, who's worried about running out of space on the line, pushing Bolden up head to wind, and Mesnil tacking away onto port. Should see the jib go up and Bolden fall down onto starboard, and it's going to be a split. Oh no, here comes Mendel again, and he's coming back and trying to get to the right. So he's going to be down speed, having done 2 tacks in a very short period of time in that last minute. Looks like Mesnil's down speed and Bolden's got better speed, going to the left.
Thanks, Thomas. And that was an interesting decision by the French team to put that last maneuver in to tack onto starboard and stay with Bolden, who was arguably faster at the gun and to the left. So clearly both of these sailors like what they're seeing from the left hand. I think it's a left angle, left shift. And Bolden didn't want to or rather Mesnil didn't want to give Bolden too much leverage to that side, and he was willing to spend a maneuver to stay with his opponent. Still, Mary, a massive left-hander.
Yeah, it's and those that went to the left definitely got the advantage. Nick, EJ got a good lead on Nick. On Jack Hammer when he got up around the top mark, and has like a 42-second lead when they went around that top mark. Coming back down right now, he's well ahead. And then it looks like Price got a good advantage on that as well. But he's about a boat length and a half ahead of Chris right now. So it's still a really good competition going on out there. And those tacticians are making good decisions with these switches, with these changes.
All right, thanks. And now back into the pre-start. Match number 4. You're looking at Berntsen in the orange, unmistakable crew gear. Johnny Berntsen from Sweden, longtime competitor, his 11th Congressional Cup against Ian Williams, the most successful match racer in the world, ranked number 1, 6-time world champion. These two have traded blows on the tour for many years against each other, including here in Long Beach. And this should be a good one, Thomas.
It should be. Looks like Yanni went down. He's come down onto port, so it's a port starboard situation. Williams, however, was altering. It looks as though there could have been contact between Williams and Yanni Bernstein. I don't see a flag off the umpires at this point. Yanni's got down to port, and he's got free. Spinnaker up. Williams countering with a spinnaker launch as well, and away they go. So Williams has windward, and he's going to take the wind of Yanni, but they're both exiting out to the right. Yanni is the leeward boat, and he has the right of way. Williams going over the top of the race committee boat here, and Yanni Bernstein going below. Move that can be made is to try and jibe onto starboard as Williams comes over the top, but not choosing to do that. Both still exiting out rapidly off to the right. We're at 2 minutes to the start. Expect them to go out this way for another 30 seconds. Coming up on the spare boat. Jibe by Williams. He's now on starboard right away. Yanni responding. He sees the giveaway boat and jibing on to starboard as well. And he's now leeward right away. So he's the leeward boat. Williams the windward boat. Williams has to keep clear, which he is doing. And Yanni is the leeward right-away boat. We are at 1:30, so they're early for this start. They're going to be looking to burn some time before the start. 1:20 to go on this start, and they're probably only 30 seconds from the pin. So we should see quite a bit of action here, and Williams and Bernstein trying to burn up some time. So here they go, dialing up head to wind. I'd expect to see Williams tack away, which he does. Yanni needs to get that spinnaker down. He's tacking away and following him. Williams is now ahead, so he is the right-of-way boat, and he's spinning down, and he's going to jibe onto starboard. So we've got Yanni on port, Williams on starboard. It's looking like a split tack start. Yanni will probably try to do a speed build. No, he's coming back. So looking very similar to the last start. Williams is going to be down at the pin. 20 seconds to go, and Yanni in middle of the line, both going out to the left.
So breeze-wise, I like what Berntsen did there. You know, first puff is right on the middle of the line. It's very low and light to the pin, and Williams had to spend a lot of extra speed in that maneuver to get to the pin. Now, long range, Williams will be looking good because the breeze is favoring the left-hand side. But short term, Berntsen is very much in this match, and Ian Williams is in a bit of trouble. Will he actually make the pin? Can he luff up, get over the line, not hit the pin, not foul Berntsen, and then fall off to get a clean start out of this? There's the luff, the overlap. Berntsen responds. Berntsen's bow forward with a bit more pace to windward. Here comes Williams. The jib will go back up. The bow goes down. So he does make it over the start. strong, or I would rather say lucky, position for Williams. He makes it out of that. Berntsen to windward with pace, but it's close. Big question here. Can Berntsen roll with speed, or will Williams be able to squeeze him off? Time will tell. We're going to rejoin that match in a little bit. But right now, all eyes back to the starting line for the final start of flight number 1. This will see Long Beach Yacht Club's Scott Dixon, number 3 from the right-hand side on starboard. There's the entry against the reigning Congressional Cup champion Taylor Canfield, boat number 4 on port from the left. You know, Scotty's one of those competitors you can never rule out of any match, whether you're talking about world ranked number 1 or world ranked, number 1,000. Scotty's one of those guys that can always pull a race out of his hat, and he has more time in these Catalina 37s probably than the rest of the fleet combined, wouldn't you say, Mary?
Yeah, definitely. He definitely has the local knowledge as well, and a lot of the support from all of his friends and family that are around here in Long Beach.
And both of these teams effectively representing Long Beach Yacht Club. Scotty Dixon, obviously, in his 20th Congressional Cup, and Taylor Canfield at the helm of Stars and Stripes Team USA, the first America's Cup Challenge from the Long Beach Yacht Club. So this is for bragging rights. Everybody will be watching. Into the dial-up, Thomas.
So here we are in the dial-up. We've got Scotty Dixon with the red uniforms on the right, and he is on starboard. And also on the left, we have Taylor Canfield. He's also on starboard, but he's the leeward boat, so he has the right of way. Scotty has to keep clear, which he's doing at this point. They're going to sit there for a while. Scotty's trying to control Taylor Canfield. I'm sure he was probably hoping for an easier match, match 1, but there are no easy matches in the Con Cup. So if you watched the fore-deck person, you can see him pushing the jib backwards and forwards. And what they're doing is they're backing the jib, which fills the jib, and pushes the bow either to the left or to the right, which enables them to control the bow of the boat and keep it in head to wind. So still sat here in this light air. Dixon, as long as he sits there, Canfield is just going to sit and wait for him. Both boats probably backing very slowly at this time. And we're seeing Dixon still going backwards and forwards with that jib across the bow and holding head to wind. And now he's falling off. So there goes Dixon, jib fills, fallen off. He's now on port. Canfield's following him, his bow's coming down, and Scotty's going to be the leeward boat with Taylor as the windward boat, so the right away will be Scotty. Now Scotty's ahead, both spinnakers going up, so they're both trying to get back down below the line. We got it coming up to 1 minute to go. Taylor's going to want to push out to the right here a little bit, so he has enough racetrack to come back and has some starting line to work with. Here comes Scotty. He's jibing. He's going to be on starboard. He's starboard right. Canfield having to jibe to keep clear, and Canfield is an hour ahead. We're at 38 seconds, and there isn't much room between where Canfield is and the mark. He's going to run out of line. So Canfield, we should see dial up. He's going to go up, head up. There we go. Scotty's going below him, so I'd expect Canfield to tack. There he goes. Dixon, with 15 seconds, is going to run out of line, so he's going to put one more tack in. And we could see both boats going out to the right at this point. 4-3, here goes Scotty. Tacking at the mark. And they're off. I would expect Canfield to come back if he's not liking the look of the right. Although at the moment, looks like there's some good breeze over there.
I think you're right. From our position here on the Long Beach Veterans Memorial Belmont Pier, we've got a pretty good view of the breeze across the race course, and while we've been seeing some left-hand angle, at this point it's pressure to the right and a bit of shift to the right as well. Both teams now on port, heading to the right, where the other matches we saw fighting for the early left. And all 5 matches, Mary, are now on the race course. Let's get an update of who's who, what's what, and who's in the lead so far. What do you see?
Well, I'm seeing that Nick took the left. He liked the left, and he was around the top mark first, and he's been keeping his lead. And then we've got Harry Price. He liked the left as well, and it looks like he's still ahead. And then we've got Max and Will that are kind of keeping pretty close right now. They're coming down the course right now, and they're heading down to the lured mark. It's looking good. That it's filled in a little bit more to the right, but there is the wind did that left-hand shift. But both of the boats are coming down really close together, and you're looking at Max and Will are coming down to the lured mark right now, and they're keeping really close, and it's kind of exciting right there. And it looks like that Nick and Nick are neck and neck coming down, coming on down the course, and they're keeping that race right there a little exciting as well. It looks like a great first match here, first flight. It's looking fun.
So this match coming down towards the leeward end of the course. The boat number on the far side is struggling to jibe across, so they're both on starboard. The boat which looks like ahead probably is unable to jibe and clear ahead of the other boat. So he's pinned out there, what's referred to as downwind jail. He can't escape. He's got to wait for the other boat to jibe. And so this is Mesnil and Bolden. Mesnil and Bolden. Bolden jibes, Mesnil following him. Coming back in and leading into the leeward gate is Bolden. He's got a 1 boat length lead with Menzel following him. Further up the course, we got a split, got 3 matches coming down this downwind leg. And here we are at the gate. So mark room for Bolden. Bolden's going to be around first. We'll see whether he jibes around or... Nope, he's going to take the right. And we've got a kite foiler going across the course. My money's... So split tacks going there. We have Bolden going to the right and Mesnil going to the left. So we'll see. They have different opinions. One of the things that the gate allows is the trailing boat can go the alternate way up the course and try their luck on the left. At the moment, it's looking like there's pretty good pressure on both sides of this course. We'll see how this works out. And coming into the finish is the first match.
And that match was, as Mary accurately said, between Nick and Nick was neck and neck. But that Circle Aldi Spinnaker coming into the finish line now on port is number 10. And that's Nick Egnott Johnson. We do have Duckhammer coming from the right, in pressure, in breeze, but it's pretty much going to be Johnson. 1 more length to go. We could see a final jibe. Yep, here it is. That'll put the nail in the coffin. Flight number 1, match number 1 from New Zealand goes to Nick Egnott Johnson. It was close all the way around the track up until this part. It doesn't matter how you start. It matters how you finish. And the Kiwis will take first blood in the Nick and Nick match.
Dixon Canfield
Yes,
coming down?
yeah, Dixon and Canfield are coming down right now, and Ian rounded the top mark just about a boat length ahead of Scotty, and they're keeping really tight on each other coming down, and they like the left, and they are right on top of each other, and I expect to have a little, there they go, they're doing a jibing duel right now and making it look pretty exciting.
Yeah, good match. Dixon trailing, Canfield in the lead, simultaneous jibes there. As you know, the trailing boat has the advantage downwind if he can get on top of his opponent's breeze. But with someone like Taylor Canfield just holding on to bow forward clear air, that's certainly a tall order. But it's the closest match on the course right now. Who's your money on?
I'm not sure I'd bet against Canfield. He's very, very good. These two guys do train together, and at the moment looks like Taylor's got a little bit of an advantage. Scotty's jibing away, and nice positioning there by Scotty. He's jibed just before Taylor, knowing that Taylor had a jibe because he was on the lay line, and he's still got a little bit of piece of Taylor taking some wind, and here they come down to this leeward mark. I think we'll find probably another split tack going up this beat. Taylor's looking as though he's going to go to the right, and Scotty go to the left. We'll see how this comes out.
Now, Scotty, as you know, jibed early. He's not on ley line, so he's got one more maneuver to do. But he's got breeze. Actually, that's Bernson we're talking about, isn't it? Have we had our sailors wrong the whole time? Sorry, guys. We'll give you an update. That's actually Bernson, who is trailing Ian Williams. Williams, the master. Williams has no jibe left. He's straight in on ley line. He's in the lead with the Seven Angels spinnaker. He'll take the left-hand mark as we look upwind. Bernson in good pressure, but has to do another maneuver, a jibe, and likely he will split to the right-hand side while Williams heads to the left. Looking at the breeze on the race course, lower left looks favored, and Ian Williams is bowed down the angle on the course. So that's a left-hand shift. Advantage the Brits as that match heads back upwind. So 4 matches left in play. So we're looking at the match now in the middle of the course. The Stella Artois spinnaker off to the right-hand side is Harry Price, and he is leading Chris Poole. Remember that pre-start. Price got the better of Poole, and now he's converged into a pretty strong lead, and this is pretty much how things ended up in the Ficker Cup as well.
So looking up the course, we have Canfield and Dixon. We finally found him. Dixon ahead. So we had him behind before, and it was actually not Dixon. So up at the top of the course, the Farmers and Merchants spinnaker. That's Taylor Canfield. And the CZR Lawyers is Dixon. Dixon leading Canfield. It's close, though. This can go either way. Coming downwind, both boats on starboard. Umpire boat right in there, trailing behind them. And it's very close. Coming down to the leeward mark, Stella Artois is Price. Still getting on the Dixon Canfield boat then. Canfield is just starting to get a leeward overlap, we're hearing from the umpires. So Dixon in a little bit of trouble. He needs to break that overlap so he can jibe into the gate. If Canfield maintains an overlap, gets a leeward overlap, it's going to be problematic for Dixon. Looks like Dixon now is ahead.
And just real quick, back on the finish line, folks, you can see that Stella Artois spinnaker, number 7, that's Price, winning his match over Chris Poole. So match 1 and match 2 are complete with Egnott Johnson and Price winning their matches. Back to Canfield and Dixon. One thing is for sure, guys, Long Beach Yacht Club will win that match in one way or another. And look at Dixon. I think Dixon, it's tough to tell from our angle, but he may have broken the overlap. And that's crucial because he's going to have to jibe to get into the leeward gates. If he's free to do that, he then will have to keep his air clear, get into the zone first, and hold off four-time Congressional Cup and reigning champion Taylor Canfield. Other than that, he's looking good, but certainly a tall order. Canfield right behind him. Canfield sailing lower and slower, anticipating the next jibe. In fact, he's going to jibe early, cut Dixon off. Dixon now would have to choose to either jibe with him immediately, get into a luffing match, potentially get rolled, or sail extra distance past the ley line, get his air clear, and then jibe into the gates.
So it looks like Dixon's going to go out, jibe into the left-hand gate mark, and Canfield will be coming back. He will have the starboard right, so here goes Canfield. Canfield jibing onto starboard. Dixon jibing onto port. So we have Canfield with the right away. Can Dixon get across? Dixon has to get across here. If he can't cross, he's going to have to jibe back. And looking at the setup, we're going to see it's getting close. It's very, very close. Looks like Scotty's going to just get across. He's across. Dixon's in the lead. He's got about a 1 boat length lead on Canfield. Great start for Dixon here. He'll be excited with this, and off they coming in. Dixon setting up to go right with Canfield right behind him. Spinnaker coming down, and they go around that right-hand mark. Canfield, will he jibe and go left, or is he going to fight? Now here he goes. Canfield going to the left, so it's a split tack tart with the two U.S. boats. Dixon's going to the off to the right, and Canfield to the left. Both of them hoping they've got the pressure right.
I like what Scotty Dixon is doing. Go to the right-hand side. He had a choice of left or right, and I think the left one was a little bit favored upwind, but the right one, a little farther downwind, has much better pressure at this point in the race. So Dixon leading Taylor Canfield. An exciting match. You can kind of feel the excitement here on the Belmont Pier. Everyone in Long Beach is rooting for one of these two teams. Now we're shifting to the last two spinnakers on the race course. Long Beach Yacht Club Junior sailing. We'll give you an update of who that is. Leading Congressional Cup Club 100 spinnaker. So that's Mesnil leading Bolden. The French over the Aussies coming into the leeward gates. And with that jibe, Mesnil has rights in the zone at the leeward gate. He can choose to go either left or right. Remember, Dixon went off to the right and is looking pretty strong. If he wants the right, he'll have to do an extra jibe there. Or are they coming to the finish, guys? Is this their second downwind leg?
Yep, looks like the second downwind leg. They're going to come through the gate here. Looks like Mesnil, the French, are going to beat the Australians here. Yep, they're through the gate. And one more jibe, and Mesnil will win this. Bolden's not much he can do from this position. Looks like it's all over for Bolden, and a win for the newcomer Menzel.
So Thomas putting the nail in the coffin well early. But you're right. So the French will take a point over the Aussies. That concludes match number 3 here in flight number 1. Mesnil over Bolden. That was close.
So we got Williams, Yanni.
And now, guys, where are we headed? We're going to go upwind. We're looking at the spinnakers coming downwind. That's the closest match.
Yeah, we've got Ian. We've got Ian with the.
That's Ian Williams and Yanni Bernsen. Remember how close they were the last time we saw them at the leeward gate, and it was Ian Williams ahead.
He's been holding the lead.
And now Bernsen looks close on top of Williams, but Williams is holding on with clear air from behind in somewhat of a strong position. And, you know, no matter how marginal Ian Williams' lead, of all the guys on the circuit, he's the one that's comfortable to sail close with his competitor. He doesn't mind to keep things marginally close and maintain. He's more of a positional sailor than he is a geographical sailor on the race course. He's so confident in his speed and his boat handling that he can put a boat in a precarious position and hold it there for a long time. Meanwhile, you've got Yanni Bernsen, one of the longest standing competitors on the tour, one of the older ones, and I'm embarrassed to admit he's about my age, so we'll just leave that there. But he has to get one more jibe in, and Williams knows it. So Williams will try and hold him off to this left-hand side of the course as we look upwind. But it's not over yet, is it?
Certainly not over yet. Williams trying to maintain that leeward overlap. Both boats are on starboard. Yanni trying to get just far enough ahead so he can get the jibe and cross Williams' bow on port. This is what's referred to as downwind jail. Yanni is in jail here. Williams just happy to sit there as long as he's got enough of a controlling position that Yanni can't jibe across. You're going to see them sail all the way to the left here. And as long as Williams is in control, Williams will pick his time to jibe. But it's very close. Yanni Bernstein looking as though he's maybe getting close to enough of a lead that he can get across, but it's very close. If he goes across and he doesn't have enough lead, he'll get a penalty. So this is it. All to play for in this match.
That's right, and this to the finish between these two teams. Williams holding on to a marginal lead. He's bowed down a little bit lower, a little bit slower, but keeping his air clear from behind. Bernstein going bow down a little bit, trying to roll over the top, break that overlap, as you say, try to get that jibe in.
So what Yanni's trying to do here is he's trying to soak down, so he's trying to go lower and get to the zone on the pin. So if he can get to within 2 boat lengths of the pin, then he gets mark room because he's the inside boat. Logically seems as though he might be the outside boat. He would be the inside boat. He can jibe, and Williams has to let him in. So this is, now looks like Williams is able to hold him up again. Doesn't look like Yanni's going to get down to that 2 boat length zone. Advantage Williams, I think.
You're right, and the breeze, as you were talking, Thomas, went a little bit light and a little bit right, and that obviously took Bernstein well out of that zone. Now, Bernstein will go for a jibe. Simultaneous jibe as Williams jibes in the Seven Angel Spinnaker to windward, looking to roll, looking to stay bow forward. But I think Bernstein may have done it by virtue of just having better speed the whole way round in the past minute. He's in a strong position. Is his air clear? Bow forward. You can see the front edge of the Spinnaker starting to collapse there. That means Williams is affecting him. It's very close, but Bernstein now has turned the tides. He is in the lead. And Williams concedes. He'll jibe behind Bernstein's transom to go for the pin. Pin is a little bit favored, but is it a last-ditch effort? Here comes Bernstein in a nice right-hand puff. Plenty of breeze. He'll put the bow down. The boats look like they might be overlapped, but no matter. The Swedes will take the Brits, and Bernstein beats Ian Williams across the line. And as we said, guys, it's not over till it's over. Who knows? There's a lot more in it in that match, and there was. Even though Ian Williams was comfortable to stay in a marginal position, it didn't work for the 6-time match racing world champion this time. So there's only one last match left in play. Mary, we're going to shift to you to find out who it is and who's ahead.
So Scotty and Ian are having a good race up the course, and Scotty has taken a pretty good lead. He was first around the top mark up there by about 2 boat lengths, and he's keeping the lead right now. Scotty went off to the left, and we've got Ian going over towards the right. They got a big split right now, but it looks like Scotty's he's propelled a little bit more. It looks like he might have a little bit better wind. Ian looks like he's going to be going into a slight hole over there. The water looks a little flat and shiny. His kite is... Then they're doing a jibe, and he's coming back over to cover Scotty right now. But Scotty's got some good speed coming down, taking the left, headed down towards the finish right now. That was their second mark rounding, and it looks to be pretty fun. Long Beach, what do you call this? They're racing for bragging rights and club honors, and it looks like it's still anybody's game, but Scotty's ahead at the moment.
Scotty's ahead. Something like his 17th. I've forgotten how many Congressional Cups he's done.
I think he's forgotten how many Congressional Cups he's done.
I think he has, and his tactician is a person called Steve Flam, who I think's done more Congressional Cups than the rest of the competitors combined.
32.
32.
Wow.
So, very seasoned tactician on the boat, and it's looking really good for Dixon here, not looking very good for Taylor. Dixon seems to have a little bit more breeze out on that left-hand side, looking upwind. Taylor is coming deeper and hoping to cut the corner, but Dixon still moving on, and the time's running out for Taylor here. I think it's looking like a Dixon victory.
Now, by all accounts, on paper, Canfield, the stronger team, performance-wise, and won the last Congressional Cup. As we all know, they're leading their new America's Cup team from Long Beach Yacht Club. But in a way, could that actually be a distraction? These guys are so focused on the America's Cup that this type of monohull match racing, and considering if you're following the news lately, could that team have a little bit of extra pressure that in fact is a disadvantage? What do you think?
Well, if you look at Taylor's world ranking, I think last year he was number 1 at the Congressional Cup, and this year his world rankings dropped down to number 11. So world rankings based upon accumulative performances in multiple match races. So Taylor's obviously spending more time focused on his Stars and Stripes America's Cup campaign, which is showing in his world ranking. Here comes Dixon passing through the gate, looking very, very good for Scotty. He'll be happy with this start. A tough competitor, and looks like he's going to put him away.
You know, I'm such a huge fan of Scott Dixon. No matter how he does in the Ficker Cup or the Congressional Cup, he's always a hero here at Long Beach Yacht Club. He's actually a 25-year member, and he's on the board of directors now, which is kind of funny because he used to be the kid, and now he's the veteran match racer here in Long Beach. And everybody on the pier here is starting to cheer and clap because Long Beach Yacht Club's longtime representative in his 20th Congressional Cup wins his first race, and against no other than Taylor Canfield, the reigning Congressional Cup champion.
Okay, we should see. There we go. Yellow flag displayed by the race committee. Win for yellow. And that's Scotty Dixon beating Taylor Canfield. Great victory for Scotty. He'll be very happy about that. But he'll also know that he's got another 10 matches, 11 matches to go.
It's dizzying quite a lot. Double round robin will then move to a semifinals and quarterfinals, then semifinals, and then the finals will be decided here in Long Beach, California, Sunday afternoon. If you're joining us live around the world, first of all, thank you. Second of all, stay with us all week. Sunday is going to be massive. Which of these 10 teams will take home their share of a $75,000 cash prize and earn the Crimson Blazer? Well, we'll see. There's plenty more match racing to get to that point. Mary, Thomas, thank you guys both very much, and everyone watching, thanks to you. We're going to take a short break before we start flight number 3, so don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Day number 1 of a double round robin in the Congressional Cup in this match racing marathon. Once again, I'm Tucker Thompson. Well, I got my name wrong. This is you're Thomas. I'm Tucker, and you're Mary. Let's start that way. It's going to be a long week if I keep that up. Anyway, we've just completed flight number 1 in the Congressional Cup qualifying rounds. Now we move to the pre-start of flight number 2, and our first match has Harry Price from Australia, number 7 on the left of your screen, entering on port against Will Bolden from Australia. So the Kiwis and the Aussies, here we go, into the dial-up. Thomas.
I think it's 2 Australians, but here we go. Yeah, Price from Australia and Bolden from Australia.
Oh, goodness. So now this will be for Aussie bragging
Aussie
rights.
bragging rights. Here we go. We're in the dial-up. Once again, you've got Price as the leeward boat on starboard, displaying the blue flag off his backstay. And on the yellow side is Bolden. He's keeping clear. And we should see them sit here for a little bit. They're both backing the jib at the front of the boat to maintain control of the bow. Okay, we're seeing Bolden now backing the mainsail. He's trying to go backwards. That probably meant Price was a little bit behind him and was concerned that he might fall off onto port and pass astern of him. Looks like Bolden's losing the bow a little bit at this point. Yeah, there goes bows down. He's on to port, and he's going to go out over towards the race committee and enter into the right side of the pre-start area. So there goes Bolden. He's leading. Price is behind and pushing. Spinnaker going up on Price's boat. Spinnaker matching on Bolden's boat. Bolden going below the race committee boat. He is the right-of-way boat. He's ahead. Trailing boat is Price, and he is the keep clear boat. Looks like Price is going to... nope, Price is coming down and following Bolden below the race committee boat. Both of the Spinnakers up. We are 145 from the start, so we'd expect them to see them go out here for another 20 or 30 seconds before coming back. Bolden starting to go deeper into the box. Jib is going up, which is indicating the Spinnaker is probably coming down. So there goes the Spinnaker. They both jibe. Bolden is astern. So Bolden is behind. He is the keep clear boat now, and Price ahead is the right-of-way boat. We're a minute 10 from the start, and they're probably only 20 seconds from the pin. So I would expect to see a dial-up here. Here we go. Bolden going up. Price is now to leeward. He's the right-of-way boat. He's probably going to come up and try and stop Bolden because they've got 50 seconds to burn and they're running out of space.
Arguably one of the more exciting matches. You've got Harry Price, who's won just about every major international youth match race regatta in the world, and then Bolden, he's still a college sailor, and he's won the college nationals in Australia 4 times, very much sort of on the heels of Price's career. Both of them aggressive. And here we go, 25 seconds to go. There's the luff that you talked about. Price slowing down because he was early. And after the luff, Bolden tacks onto port, heading to the right-hand side. 15 seconds the count, so it's likely to be a split tack start. Price, to my eye, a little bit early. He may actually have to go bow down and tack onto port on the left-hand side of the line. Bolden, full speed, heading towards the committee boat. He is going to be able to just luff up over the committee boat and take the right-hand side at pace. So advantage to Bolden because Price had to do that extra maneuver right at the pin. The big question now, Mary, is which side do you like early on? Price fought for the pin and he got it. Bolden split with speed to the right.
Well, it's really filled in all the way around, and there's wind coming all down the course, and it looks like they might have moved the windward mark to the left, so saying that there's probably more pressure on the left right now. But they're both going out right, and it looks like at this time of day, it's really kind of hard to tell, but those tacticians, they know where to go.
Well, we'll see. Price fought hard for the left, and he's got it. leaving Bolden out to the right. Both boats on port. As match number 1 is in play, now we move back to the starting line for the start of match number 2, or the entry, rather. This will see Yanni Berntsen from Sweden on the right-hand side over the committee boat, signal boat end, in boat number 2. Berntsen with no spinnaker up yet, and France's Maxime Mesnil with a spinnaker up and pace entering from the left-hand side. So it's Sweden against France, and here we go. Will we see a dial-up, or will the French team get across the Swedes' bow?
So Menzel's going low here with a spinnaker. He's got pace on. He's trying to get across Yanni Berntsen's bow. Spinnaker's up, and until you'll see him either come up and pass across the Yanni's bow, or he'll have to jibe away. Spinnaker's going up, which probably an indication that he's not getting across the bow, and he's going to have to drop the spinnaker and go to the left. Still trying to get across that bow, still struggling. Yanni looked as though he's got him pinned out. Yanni, being the leeward boat, is the right-of-way boat, so the French boat has to keep clear. And looking as though now with that spinnaker, finally he's across. So he's coming across the bow of Yanni Berntsen. He is the keep clear boat. Now he's the leeward right away, and Yanni Berntsen is the windward boat. He's keeping clear. Now Yanni's fallen behind, and he's the trailing boat. And here they come towards the pier. So,
one of my favorite parts. Into the Belmont Pier, you can reach out and grab their sails. That's how close they get. In fact, we've seen a collision with the pier, and I can tell you the pier always wins in these matches. Both boats on port. Close hauled, heading up towards the line. Mesnil from France, kind of holding Berntsen at bay as the leeward boat. Berntsen, arguably the veteran of the two. Coming up on a minute, both boats will have to tack to get to the line. What will Menzel do? He can't get to the line right now. He cannot tack. And I think he'll probably have to get a jibe in between Berntsen and the pier. Berntsen sees that move coming, so he's not overlapping his opponent. He can swing down to block him or keep him from tacking. Berntsen arguably very much in control of the match so far. 45 seconds the count to the start. What will Menzel do?
He can luff at this point. So Menzel's move here is to luff. So luff or jibe. If he goes for the jibe, Yanni is going to look how far he is from the mark, from the start. He's a minute 20 from the start, and he has decided to tack. Mesnil has jibed, and now Yanni Berntsen leading the boats back to the start here with Mesnil pushing. So this usually indicates the boat that leads wants the pin. So he's aiming for the pin, and that's where Berntsen had control, and he's going down to the pin. We've got 50 seconds to go. Looks like Yanni's timing is pretty good here. A little bit of time to burn, and you can see his wheels going backwards and forwards. He's waggling the boat, which is burning a little speed, which enables him to kill time for the start. 30 seconds to go. Yanni looking in great shape here, and Mesnil locked out.
Menzel just left it a little bit late to turn back towards the line, and Berntsen was on his breeze the whole time. I'm surprised that Menzel wasn't a bit more aggressive pushing the Swede, but Berntsen has basically clear air speed. He can start at either side. He's going to be ahead at the gun. So Yanni Berntsen showing his time in the Catalina 37s has paid off over the years at 11 Congressional Cups, and he'll cross the line there ahead of Menzel, who's behind by 2 boat lengths and already rolls into attack, with Berntsen strongly in command. Berntsen won this regatta in 2009. He came close last year. He's looking for another victory, and he definitely has the skills to do it. Breeze, Mary, on the race course. Which side do you like, left, middle, or right?
Middle's looking good right now. Both of the boats went off to the right, and Will got a good four boat length lead when he was tacking up course, and it looks like that Harry was able to close it up a little bit, and now they're getting a little closer, but they're at the top mark right now, and Will is rounding it ahead of Harry.
So you're referring to Will Bolden and Harry Price, both Aussies, with Bolden ahead of Price at mark number 1. We're going to shift down to the pre-start of match number 3 in flight number 2. This will see Ian Williams, 6-time world champion. He'll enter from the right-hand side, boat number 6. And his opponent on the left-hand side in boat number 10. Just looking up who we've got here. Nick Egnott Johnson. Sorry for the delay there. So New Zealand against Great Britain. The young Kiwi against the veteran 6-time world champion Ian Williams. Into the dial-up. Williams in command.
So interesting there that Nick didn't look as though he got all the way down to starboard tack. So it could be that he's still tacking at this point. Williams, though, has come up. He's not totally sure as to whether Johnson got down. So it looks like we've got on the right, displaying the yellow flag is Williams. On the left, displaying the blue flag is Johnson. And here they'll sit again with those head sails, backing them one side and then backing them the other to control the bow. Umpire is sat behind the boat, you can see, and the wing is just off to his bow. So you got 2 umpire boats on these pre-starts. The umpire boat behind the match, which you can just see in the left-hand corner of the screen. He's the umpire for this match. He's watching the gaps, and he's the boat that displays the penalty flags. Up at the bow, you've got the wing, and he is following the gap. Here we go.
So the dial-up is over. Williams, the windward boat, gives in and decides to fall off onto port and lead his opponent to the right-hand side, coming up on the 2-minute mark before the start. Egnott Johnson slow to accelerate, so Williams gains a 2.5 boat length advantage before the Aussies, or New Zealanders rather, can get up to pace on port. That gives a very strong advantage to Williams. He can turn around and jibe, redial up his competitor, or extend to the right where everything is safe and simply let the clock run out, time on distance, before he comes back. Now, Williams is also one of the most methodical pre-starters in the match racing game. He's got everything down to a science, and he knows exactly where he wants to be at exactly what time. His crew does as well. In fact, they have certain code words that they use for where they are on the line, how much time they have left, and what the next maneuver is going to be. So this is very much a textbook positioning start for Williams as he slowly jibes at the minute 20 mark above the ley line for the signal boat. About 40 seconds to go to the pin, so we've got 30 seconds of time to kill. Williams leading back to the start.
Williams jibing early, wants the pin by the looks of it, and Johnson is pushing from behind, so Williams leading. He's ahead right, he's the right-of-way boat. Johnson pushing is the clear astern, and he's the giveaway boat. He's got to keep clear. We are 45 seconds from the start. So Williams looking to burn a little bit of time because he's a little bit early for that pin. So he's going down, trying to keep control of Johnson. Johnson trying to push by trying to get that overlap, forcing Williams to accelerate.
20 seconds, the count to the start. Ian Williams in control. As you said, Thomas, he fought for the right, and he comfortably has it. In fact, Egnott Johnson's going to have to tack onto starboard. Split tacks, 10 seconds to go. Williams will just comfortably put his bow down, time on distance to the pin, and a massive split. However, to my eye, the breeze on the lower right-hand portion of the upwind leg looks pretty strong. So could we see Egnott Johnson getting into a little bit of an early advantage? The leverage has rolled all the way to each side. So this could be a massive win for Williams or a massive loss, depending on whether the left pays off versus Egnott Johnson, who obviously is heading to the right. Now, the bad news for Egnott Johnson is he's underneath the wind shadow of the match that's going upwind in front of him. But I think he's got more breeze here to the lower right.
I think so, too. The match in front of them, which is match number 1, the Australians, Price versus Bolden, both of them decided when they came to the leeward gate to go to the right. So clearly the First match thought the right was a little bit favored. Williams just tacking across on the left side, and big split between Williams and Johnson.
Back into the pre-start, folks, for match number 3 here in flight number 2, match number 4 rather, and it's again Scott Dixon from the left. From Long Beach Yacht Club in boat number 3, Nicholas Dockheimer from the right. Boat number 5, Dockheimer under the rules has rights early on. Both boats into a collision course. Breeze picking up a little bit consistently all across the track, and that means the boat speed will pick up, and so will the action. These teams can maneuver these Catalina 37s in any direction they want. And in the pre-start, that is crucial. So here we go into the dial-up. Dixon to the left, Dockheimer to the right.
So right away now has switched to Dixon. He's the leeward boat. Both boats are on starboard. Yellow having to keep clear as the windward boat. They're sitting in this dial-up with the umpire boat behind them, watching the gap. A little bit closer together than several of the previous dial-ups. And Dixon a bit advanced here. Dockheimer has got a good position, controlling Dixon quite well in this pre-start. Dockheimer now's bow is coming down. He's falling off onto port tack and is going to exit to the right side of the start line. And Dixon coming over also onto port and is going to follow him out. So here they go. Dockheimer leading out to the right and Dixon following. Pretty even at this point in the pre-start.
Just checking up the course. Mary, I'm going to throw you under the bus here because I know you weren't looking, but you have an idea of who crossed ahead in the last start? The first cross, was it left or right?
Sorry.
All right, I think we've got it. It's a little bit off camera, but I think we've got it coming here. Who's ahead in that match?
Right now, let's see.
And you can be sure that the tacticians on either boat will be watching that. I think advantage to the right, to the right-hand side, and that may be where both of these teams will be fighting in the start, and they've got a minute and 45 seconds to get ready for it. The pin slightly favored positionally, but I think the first puff's going to be a righty. Dixon trailing by about 3.5 lengths to Dockheimer, who sets up for an early jibe here onto starboard. Minute 30 to go.
Minute 30 to go. Dockheimer's jibed. He's now on starboard. He's the right away. Dixon needs to get out of the way. He's jibed to starboard as well. So Dixon is now ahead. He's the right away boat. Dockheimer trailing, and he is trying to push Dixon. So Dixon's wanting the pin by leading in first. Dockheimer, as you can see, great view here. You can just see whether they've got an overlap or not. Very, very close, about a half meter. And here they go, heading up. 1 minute to go.
So as you say, Thomas, Dixon fought for the left, led in, and he's now to leeward. So he's set up for the left-hand side of the start. Less than a minute to go. Dockheimer to windward with options. He can tack, head to the right, or play this game down here and try to push Dixon down to the pin. But it's a pretty solid overlap, I think, for Dixon, who's closing gauge, which is what he should do between the two boats. And that's going to force the question of Dockheimer in 30 seconds or less. Does he want to tack and split and go for clear air? Both boats slow. Dixon could put his bow down and be on time for the pin. 20 seconds to the start. Dockheimer thin to windward. I think we're going to see a tack from Dockheimer to windward. And Dixon now pulls the trigger, puts the bow down. He's going for the start. 12 seconds to go. And here comes Dockheimer. It will be a split. He'll go to the right. And the question, Mary, we're going to put on to you a little bit later is what side is going to pay off early on. The first cross arguably wins the match more often than not in this game. So Dockheimer will take the right at the gun, and Dixon wound up on starboard to the left.
Well, you can tell that the wind is still pretty light out there because you're watching the crews are roll tacking and they're keeping a couple guys down on the low side. So it's still kind of a light breeze out there, but they're getting around the course pretty fast, actually.
And you could just see in the background Yanni Bernstein coming through the gate. Yanni is leading Mesnil. Looks like a pretty solid lead there. probably 5 to 6 boat lengths, so Yanni's got control of that one. And Spinnaker coming down on Mesnel's boat, and we're about 10 seconds from the next match start. All action here on the pier.
Okay, so we got one start left in play. In flight number 2, it is Taylor Canfield and Chris Poole. 2 American teams. Canfield, 4-time champion. Poole, first time in the Congressional Cup. You're going to see Poole in boat number 8 on starboard going over the signal boat. Canfield, boat number 4 to the left. A very thin entry for Canfield, and now he's going to put his bow up. Will he get across Poole? Was Poole late to enter? Is it going to work? He's bow forward, but Canfield's already luffing into attack to leeward. And there goes Poole. So a good move by Canfield. Canfield closing the gauge immediately. Head to wind. And just tucking up right to leeward of Poole. Bow forward, strong. I like that. I think eventually we're going to look for Canfield to try and get a tack in onto port.
Another exciting thing that just happened was a big shift. You could hear you could see that EJ caught the shift and was first around the mark at the top, even though Ian was leading him the whole way up. But that shift came to his advantage, and he got to be the first one around the top mark.
So part of the tactic on that dial up that we had, Poole wants to go low. He wants to force Taylor to tack onto starboard, but he also wants to go low so that Canfield is advanced or more to windward of him, which stops Canfield being able to exit to the left, so move what's called steel balls, so it protects against that move. Nice job by Poole on protecting that move. So the tactician on Poole's boat is Jochen Aschenbrenner, who was one of the skippers, finished in the 4th in the Ficker Cup. So Poole falling down, he's on to starboard, the port bow coming down, and Taylor Canfield is following him. So we should see both boats exiting out to the right with plenty of action going on up the course.
And there was a penalty flag on that last maneuver there. And the yellow flag, so Poole cops a penalty. Did you see what happened there when both boats fell down? We're going to get an update from the umpire, and it's one of the great things about having Thomas with us. He's got the umpire radio, which is like gold here in the Congressional Cup. So they'll give us an idea of what happened there. But the result is Poole has a penalty. He's ahead on port, but Canfield was able to get him to get a penalty, so he's going to have to offset it or give a penalty back to Canfield to wipe the slate clean. Minute 20 seconds to go. He's up against 4-time Congressional Cup and current America's Cup helmsman Taylor Canfield. Pretty tall order to wipe a penalty off a guy like that, but it is match racing in Long Beach, and anything can still happen. Both boats jibing on to starboard, so Canfield will now lead back towards the line, and both boats are early as we're at the 1-minute mark. So Poole pushing, Canfield leading. Canfield with his bow down to try and gain a bit of time. 47 seconds to go to that pin end of the line, and Canfield's early. He's got to burn about 10 seconds. So look for him to luff up and slow down. He's also trying to slow Poole by getting on his breeze a little bit. A little fishtail there. Here comes the luff. Canfield wiggling there, just throwing dirty air at Poole. Now Poole wants to get a hook or tack away. We've got 25 seconds to go to the start. Canfield controlling the pin and slowing down. Poole's going to have to tack, but will he make the signal boat? 20 seconds to go now. It's Poole in a bit of trouble. He'll throw the tack in onto port. And Canfield goes bow down towards the pin. Time for one more maneuver if he wants it. I think we're going to see Canfield tack and stay with Poole and be a little bit bow ahead at the gun. 5 seconds to go. Poole is thin on ley line for the signal boat. He's going to be behind. Canfield does put a tack in at the pin, and he wins the start. And meanwhile, match number 1 is coming to a close just behind them. That was Price and Bolden. And it looks like Bolden, I believe, has crossed the finish line. Will Bolden over Harry Price. So the battle for Australian pride has been won by Bolden. On the pre-start, there's Poole throwing a tack in, and Canfield from the left might not be able to get across, but he's definitely bow forward. Yes, he's able to get across and be bow forward. He puts a solid tack right on top of Poole. Poole's going to have to tack away to port to get clear air, and he's going to be thrown into a match in front of him. Two spinnakers coming downwind, giving him dirty air. They're going to go around the right-hand mark, rather, at the leeward gate, and that's just going to give all kinds of massive dirty air to Poole. It just goes from bad to worse. Poole's going to put his bow down and try and break free of that match to windward of him. Meanwhile, Canfield just sails off uncontested to the left in the lead. So all matches in play on the race course. Match 1 has just wrapped up, and 4 more to go, folks. You can just see in the background upwind 2 spinnakers coming downwind. Mary's going to give us an idea of who those 2 spinnakers are. And I keep throwing her under the bus, Thomas, who is ahead. No pressure, but hurry it up.
Well, the exciting thing right now is just around here at this leeward mark, we had EJ. Nick was leading Ian the whole way, and so I'm looking at, we got the Grand coming down. So John Berntsen is ahead, it looks like, of Mesno. Yeah, they're coming down right neck and neck.
Great, Mary. Thank you very much. We're going to keep throwing you under the bus all week.
I'll take it.
To see how you do. So the 2 spinnakers that she just referenced to the right are Berntsen leading Menzel, so Sweden over France, but we're going to have a jibe. Menzel there to the right-hand side in the CZR spinnaker, and Berntsen to the left of him, just under that container ship in the Grand spinnaker. He's ahead. And I would look for the trailing boat to jibe first. Now we've just shifted to the other 2 spinnakers heading downwind, and that is boat number 5, Nicholas Dackheimer leading. Oh, sorry, boat number 5 is Dackheimer leading leading Scott Dixon. I say that because I'm a big fan of Dixon's, but I have to be neutral here in the race commentary. So good for Dackheimer so far. Dixon has jibed away. He's split in the middle of the downwind leg, so he's going for more leverage to the left-hand side as we look upwind. Dackheimer in a right-hand shift. He's pointing closer to the finish line or the bottom of the track here, so he's in phase, but it's going to get lighter for him a little bit. Meanwhile, we're back with the Grand spinnaker and the CZR spinnaker again. Yanni Berntsen.
Two different races.
Oh, is it? Okay, so we just got an update. You're looking at Berntsen to the left in the orange. He's leading in his match, but that is not his opponent. That is Dixon to the right. So Berntsen leading his match, holding off Dixon trailing his match, if that makes any sense. And Berntsen's leading Mesno, who's off to the left of screen. And Dixon trailing Dackheimer, who also is off to the left of screen. And now you're up to speed. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so we have Yanni is coming to the finish. So he's going to go through the finish. And Dixon with the CZR spinnaker is coming to the gate. So you can see in the spinnaker with the Grand on it, they jibe onto starboard and are heading to the finish and crossing just in front of the Durant Construction spinnaker. That's the winning boat, which is Dackheimer. And so we got some interest going on up the course. Johnson versus Williams, both jibs going down and now going back up again. Johnson to windward of Williams. There's the umpire, and it's a blue penalty. Blue penalty. Egnot Johnson buying the penalty. We'll find out from the umpires what the penalty was for.
Well, just as we joined that match, we could see that they were both tacking, and Egnot Johnson ended up being to windward and gaining on that over Williams. So I think Williams, as the leeward boat, had rights. That's what we're guessing so far. Now, 4 spinnakers here coming down to the finish. The farthest left-hand boat is Yanni Berntsen from Sweden. He's leading his match to the finish. The other match is going to the leeward gates to go back upwind. And that's number 3 heading back upwind in his match, Scotty Dixon. Yeah, go Scotty. Sorry, I got to be neutral. Leading Dackheimer. Meanwhile, to the far left, coming into the finish, is Sweden's Yanni Berntsen. Jibing one last time and crossing the finish line. He's out of screen right now, but he's on the far left-hand side. There he is at the pin. And he'll take his match, Yanni Berntsen, over France's Maxime Mesnil. So nice job. Yanni Bernson won both of his matches so far. And 3 more still in play. Heading back upwind down here at the bottom of the track is number 5, still trailing Dick. So Dixon's leading over Dockheimer as they head back upwind. And at the very top mark, we still have Canfield and Poole. Where are they?
So on the Egnott Johnson-Williams penalty, Williams was to leeward, Egnott Johnson was to weather, and it was a Rule 11, which is windward-leeward. Egnott Johnson was required to keep clear. He failed to keep clear of Williams, and penalty Egnott Johnson. So Egnott Johnson in a world of hurt. He's got a penalty, and he's sailing the number 1 match racer in the world.
Back at the top mark, this is a close match. Poole has gotten back in the game against Canfield, and that's quite an impressive tall order. Both boats luffing at the top of the track. Poole to windward, to the right. Canfield luffing him. Both boats head to win. Now, what's that flag? Do we have a flag there? A penalty? Yes, we do. Yellow. So that means that Poole, that's right, Poole did have a penalty, and he could be looking to shed it. There's another match going around the top mark there. That's Johnson. Egnott Johnson, rather, trailing Williams, heading back downwind. Now, just out of frame, the spinnakers have gone up between Canfield and Poole. There's Poole. Remember, he had to shed that penalty. Is he ahead? Has he gotten ahead? Yeah, there we go. So coming into frame is Canfield. Canfield behind. Poole is ahead. I'm going to guess, just based actuarially, that Poole still has that penalty. What do we think?
I didn't see him shed it, but the umpire boat should come into view, and we'll find out. We're just looking up the course, trying to there's a blue penalty.
Okay. So the blue penalty is Egnott Johnson and Williams, and I stand corrected. Egnott Johnson is ahead of Ian Williams in his match, but he has a penalty. Also, we've got Poole ahead in his match over Canfield, but he has a penalty. So the young guns leading the experienced match racers, but each of them has a penalty to undertake as they head downwind. Now, to make you even more confused, these 2 matches are overlapping. Here's 3 boats here heading to the right as we look upwind. So you're looking at Williams trailing in his match, but mixing it up a little bit with Canfield and Poole is ahead. And I'm not sure what that is exactly, but there we are. That's in that match right there. A 3-way between Williams, Canfield, and Poole. Way off to the left of screen, Williams is trailing, and he wants to get away from that match there and try and draw in the distance and keep Egnott Johnson from doing his penalty turn. So Williams looking pretty comfortable at this point. He doesn't have to beat his opponent. He just wants to keep it close enough so that they can't get that penalty turn in, right?
Yep, so Williams just has to keep it within a couple of boat lengths. Doesn't have to be leading and coming down to the finish, but it takes about 3 to 4 boat lengths to do a penalty turn. So as long as Williams is within 2 boat lengths, he's going to win. But a big separation. Williams out to the left, Egnott Johnson to the right, and we'll see as they come down as to who has this lead. So the Circle Audi is Egnott Johnson. He's on the right. And you can see he's also got the Long Beach Sailing Foundation.
The Long Beach Sailing Foundation, is Poole, Chris Poole, and he's leading his match over Canfield, but it's very close, middle left of your screen. Forget the boat going upwind for a minute. The boat on the far right is leading, but having a tough time keeping his air clear from the match behind him. He's leading Ian Williams, and that's Egnott Johnson from New Zealand. He's got a bit of trouble with that match. And meanwhile, Williams out of screen is sailing in clear air. So we're going to reconnect you with that match in a minute. But all eyes on the left-hand side of the screen. Poole still has to get rid of that penalty with 4-time Con Cup champion Taylor Canfield right behind him. So that is the match to watch for sure. Sparks are going to fly, and we've got about 3 minutes to the finish. And a lot more action to go. Can Poole shed his penalty and stay ahead of Canfield? Or will Canfield be able to pass him? He doesn't actually have to get in front of him. He just has to keep Poole from shedding that penalty. Meanwhile, Ignat Johnson to your far right, number 10, trying to hold off Ian Williams, who split way out of screen, all the way to the left. Those teams heading to the finish. Ignat Johnson, to my eye, still looks like they are ahead, but they've got to shed that penalty. And Williams in clear air coming on strong with pace. Meanwhile, behind Ignat Johnson, the first jibe is going to be Poole. Heading for the leeward gates, you can see him there in the background. That's the left-hand gate looking upwind, the orange buoy. The right-hand gate is just off of screen. Which way will Poole go? Canfield electing to also extend and jibe. So Canfield looks to my eye like he's setting up for a left-hand gate. Meanwhile, coming into the finish, Ignat Johnson, remember, we believe he still has, he's still got a penalty to undertake, right? Because there's a blue flag all the way out there, and Ignat Johnson is the blue boat. So we should see the penalty right here.
So the penalty he has to do is he has to take the spinnaker down, get the head of the spinnaker below the boom, and go through head to wind. So we should see the spinnaker come right down very shortly. Here it comes, spinnaker coming down. He has to now, spinnaker's down, he's going to go around the finish mark, that buoy, and he's going to get down and try and finish. And here comes Williams.
Now, to my eye, that might have been a mistake. Instead of spinning the penalty turn right on the line, he sailed an extra length and a half to do it around the pin. That opens the door up for Williams. That's his spinnaker coming in from behind. Williams has pace. Ignat Johnson puts his bow down. Does he have enough room to get it? Will he win the match? The answer, folks, I believe is yes. Yes, he's done it. Nick Ignat Johnson, his mother Leslie, watching from New Zealand live. Late at night down there, just seen her son win against six-time world champion Ian Williams. What a match. Okay, now we're going to go up the course, folks. Here's the other spinnakers coming downwind, and I believe that match is Scotty Dixon against Nicholas Dackheimer, and who's ahead?
Scotty was able to get around the top mark first. He had a good run up the course, and he rounded the top mark by a good 30 seconds over Dackheimer, and he's keeping a good lead at this time.
And then, of course, there's one more match still in play as well. Canfield and Poole, they're going upwind, and they both split out of screen, one to the right and one to the left. Meanwhile, our feature match here on converging courses, number 3 is Dixon from Long Beach Yacht Club, crossing ahead of Dackheimer. Remember, he won his last match against Canfield, which was impressive, and now he's leading Nicholas Dackheimer towards the finish. Conservative jibe there, ahead and to leeward, just to position himself between his opponent and the finish. Textbook match racing tactics.
Yep, keep yourself between the man and the hoop. So here comes Dixon. Got a good lead. He's just got to maintain his cool. He's coming down wind. Both boats still have a jibe to go. And you can see passing in front of them is Canfield. That's Canfield passing in front of them. And Poole is off to his left. But we're focused on this match with the CZR spinnaker and the Dixon and Dackheimer with the Durant Construction spinnaker. Dixon leading. Looks as though he's got a couple of boat lengths lead. And here he goes into another jibe. Spinnaker pole detached. Boom across. And he's got nice control here.
So, Mary, question for you. It's sunny this afternoon, Long Beach conditions. We know the sea breeze tends to pick up and build, but we're seeing a bit of a dip, a bit of a lull. The breeze is dropping.
Yeah, like it might be trying to change maybe, because it hasn't been consistent. It's been coming out of the south, but then it goes off to the right, but then it comes back. So it doesn't really know what it's going to do yet. But we expect that typical conditions that would pick up and go a little bit more right. It's really fluky today.
Fluky, making it harder for Scott Dixon to hold his advantage over Nicholas Dackheimer, who's trying to reel him in from behind. But time is running out for Dackheimer and crew. Scotty Dixon, as I said earlier, he can win any one of these matches against any of these sailors, now in his 20th. And I wonder if that's a record for a helmsman. 20th Congressional Cup. Sailing for the Long Beach Yacht Club. He'll let his opponent jibe behind. He'll continue to extend into clear air towards the signal boat. One more jibe for Scott Dixon, and he's got clear air to boot. The crowd building as the sun comes out here in Long Beach. I can see Arlene Toll, our regatta chairman for the 55th Annual Congressional Cup, coming to watch Scott Dixon win his second match. If he keeps this up, about 20 seconds left in it. I think he's got it.
I think so. He's bearing away about 4 or 5 boat lengths from the finish. Dackhammer is trying to come back, but it's not looking good.
Not if you're a fan of Dackhammer, but if you're a fan of Long Beach, California, you'll be happy with this. There he is, folks, to the right with the CZR Spinnaker. Scott Dixon takes his second match in the Congressional Cup over Nicholas Dackhammer. Fantastic. We've got one more match in play, folks. They're headed to the top mark. We're going to join them in a minute. There's Dackhammer with the Spinnaker. No points for second place in match racing. So we're going to join the last match that's still in play on the race course. It's a big split coming into the top mark. There you can just see him. Great shot all the way to the far right. We let you know who that is. And all the way to the far left. The match is Canfield and Poole. Poole was ahead.
On the right.
And here is, I believe that's Poole. So Poole is on starboard, coming in from the far right-hand side, out of screen to our right, but to the left on the racecourse is going to be Canfield. Remember, Poole was ahead, but he has that penalty to undertake. And this is where sparks could fly here, Thomas, at the top mark. Here comes the tack ahead of his opponent. Chris Poole has got it. He's still leading. This will be the final run to the finish. Remember, that penalty is still there. Now, does he get enough distance to spin a full penalty ahead of Taylor Canfield? Or if there's not enough distance, he'll have to slow down, reel his opponent in from behind. And looking out on the course, I think he's got enough distance to shed that penalty easily downwind.
So you need 4 to 5 boat lengths to shed a penalty downwind, and he looks has got all of that. Canfield is struggling here. So Poole will bring it down all the way to the finish, as we saw with in the last match with Egnott Johnson, and he will do that turn very close to the finish, dropping the Spinnaker, spinning the turn, and then finishing. Can Canfield close the gap and get close enough to him so that they can't spin the penalty?
Well, one thing in Canfield's advantage is, as Mary and I alluded to earlier, it's getting very light. There's some transitional phase going on in the breeze right now as the temperature heats up. Still some overcast clouds, too, so the breeze is confused, and it's light. And that is Canfield's biggest advantage because his opponent leading, Chris Poole, he wants this race to get over with as fast as possible. And I think it's fair to say that Canfield has got more time and probably more speed, therefore, an edge, if you will, downwind over Poole. In these conditions, plus now that they have their America's Cup team, they're training every day out here on these waters. So it's far from over. I'd be nervous if I were Poole, even though he's ahead.
So if you see Poole, if you see Canfield, he is starting to get up onto the wind of Dixon, and he's trying to block Dixon's wind. That will allow...
Chris Poole.
Sorry, Poole's wind. And they're coming downwind. Canfield trying to block Poole's wind.
Now, Thomas, talk us through Poole's options. We're heading to the finish. He's ahead, and he's got to get rid of that penalty.
So as long as he feels he's got clear air, he's going to stay on that jibe. If he thinks that Canfield is closing up and he can't get his penalty in, then he's going to look at taking Canfield off to the right side of the committee boat and trying to get a tack in while holding Canfield off, or alternatively try and get a penalty on Canfield. Looks to my eye that Canfield is starting to close in on him. He may have got some of those 6 boat lengths back, and maybe Poole's in trouble here. Certainly looking much closer than it was at the top mark. Here goes Poole into his jibe, and Canfield still coming downwind. Still a 3 or 4 boat length margin here. I think Poole is going to try and spin the penalty, and it's going to be very, very close as to whether he gets his penalty in. Canfield's done a great job of closing down the gap on this downwind leg, and Poole's got to be nervous as to whether he has enough space to get that penalty turn in. It's looking very, very, very close. We'll see what Poole thinks. At the moment, on his position, I think he thinks he can get it in, but we'll find out in a second.
And Poole has also set himself up to the left of his opponent, so at the very least he'll have starboard tack advantage if Canfield can reel him in. But as you say, this is a complete roll of the dice. Canfield has closed the gauge. You mentioned 4 to 5 lengths is what it takes to spin a penalty turn, and I'd say there's 4 to 5 lengths exactly between these two boats. Now, this is all, it's do or die for Canfield here. Poole is really the one who's has got the pressure on him. He is ahead. He's got to finish that penalty turn and still maintain that lead, cross the finish. There's only 6 or 7 lengths to the line. Here comes Poole into the jibe. Canfield, is Canfield going to jibe on top of him? If he does, he thinks he's close enough to attack. If he doesn't, he'll go for leverage. He does. He jibes on top, I think to my eye, a little bit late. Now, Canfield is setting up to the left of his opponent near the signal boat. He knows that that's where Poole's going to spin this penalty turn, and he's going to come at him strong from behind. Good news for Canfield. Breeze Mary has picked back up. There's a puff that's come all the way down the course. It hits the trailing boat first. Now it hits Poole, but that puff's not going to help Poole very much because he's got to drop the spinnaker. He's going to get it. He's got to get the head of that spinnaker all the way below the gooseneck before they go across and tack, before they get rid of the penalty. Now Canfield's saying, no, you're spinning a penalty. You can't affect me. You can't get in front of me. You can't keep me from getting to the finish. Is the penalty shed? Is he on a downwind course? Can he hold off Canfield, who does avoid a collision, but likely another flag? Both boats converging at the committee boat. We could see contact right here. Look at Canfield, just masterfully comes from behind and flies past Poole and gives Poole a penalty. So pretty much the master. Wait, no, it's Canfield who gets the penalty. Holy mackerel, game's not over. Poole's behind. He shed his penalty, and Canfield gained a massive advantage, but he doesn't win. Chris Poole does.
Wow.
So what happened there is Poole did his penalty turn in the zone of the race committee mark. And when he finishes doing his penalty turn and gets below 90, he is now the inside right-away boat, and Canfield has to give him room at the mark. So it will be a Rule 18 call that Canfield owed mark room to Poole. Poole wasn't given it. Penalty on Canfield.
So Poole is cool, and Canfield is out. That was incredible, and I have to apologize to my friend Chris Poole because I kind of thought he wasn't going to be in the Con Cup through Ficker Cup, and I invited him to do the commentary. Well, you can see the result. Clearly, he's earned his spot in the Con Cup, and now he's just earned a win over Taylor Canfield, the reigning champion, and he did it under pressure. Quite impressive. And this is only flight 2. We've got a whole double round robin to complete, and then the quarterfinals, the semis, and into the finals this weekend here in Long Beach, California, off the Belmont Pier. If you can hear us but not see us, that means you're not here. So come down this week. The weather's fantastic, and so is the sailing. Folks, we're going to stick around. The start of flight number 3 is just minutes away, so stay with us.
Your audio's up. Let me go hit go live on Facebook.
Welcome back, folks. We are live in Long Beach, California. The 55th Annual Congressional Cup continues. Once again, I'm Tucker Thompson, joined by Mary Cheers and also Mark Townsend, in case you're wondering. My good friend Mark. He and I go way back, about an hour, I would say. So, Mark, great to have you with us, an umpire giving us all the calls. And speaking of calls, we're into match number 1 in the pre-start already. The dial-up, if we look to the left, you'll see the match, which is happening over to the left of the committee boat there. And it's Nick Egnott-Johnson on the left. You'll see it in just a second. And France's Maxime Mesnil. Well, right now you're looking at the signal boat. That's a static shot. We're just going to bring you the match in a minute. All right, well, anyway, that match is coming, folks. Stand by. It's still a dial-up, so you're not missing anything yet, which is the good news. But right now we're on the camera on the signal boat, and we're going to tee up the race for you guys in a second. Again, just to bring you up to speed, it's Nick Egnott-Johnson and Maxime Mesnil from France. And there's the dial-up, folks. Thanks, guys. And we're back. You've got 2 minutes, and 30 seconds to go to the start, and we missed nothing, Mark. The dial-up is over, and both boats now falling off onto port.
Well, we've had the exciting dial-up. We are 2 minutes and 10 seconds from the start. Mesnil heading off to the right with boat number 10, Egnott-Johnson, following him. This point, we're going to see them both go over the top of the race committee, it looks like. So Mesnil going over the top. Looks like, no, Egnott-Johnson's following him over the top, and they will exit out to the right. Now Mesnil going down and gaining some leeward space. And here comes Egnott-Johnson following him. Pretty even pre-start at this point. Nobody's really got control, and we're waiting for the approach back. We're coming down to 1 minute 20. Here they go into the jibe. Looks like Mesnil's going to lead with Egnott-Johnson to weather of him. Egnott-Johnson going down. He's now going to pass the transom of Mesnil, and he should jibe back. He's jibing back. He's pushing, and Egnott-Johnson is pushing. Mesnil is leading. Under a minute to go, and there are 2 to 3 boat lengths between them. The Frenchman, Mesnil, wanting the pin.
Yeah, Mesnil, I think, has left himself exposed a little bit. He got into the middle of the pre-start box early, and he's going to have to slow down a little bit. Or gain distance. He's going to gain distance by putting his bow well down below the pin. You saw Egnott-Johnson there just come in for a push. Now Egnott-Johnson has basically the flexibility to go left or right. Meanwhile, the French team, Mesnil, has put all of their eggs in the left-hand basket. In fact, they were just low of the pin lay. Now they're luffing up to get back on lay line. 14 seconds to go, and I think Egnott-Johnson is going to do a last-ditch effort to try and push Mesnil over the line. I'm not sure that's going to happen. Mesnil, time on distance is good, and he's bow forward. So give the start to the French team. Egnott-Johnson went in for that last maneuver there. He didn't have to do that, and that dropped him back a little bit positionally, although he's got nice gauge at this point. He's a bit higher than his teammate. The question is, how long is he going to stay there as both boats drag race to the left?
Also, if you're paying attention, we're starting to see the wind going to the right at this point. So the right side of this course will be favored. Boats are going to be wanting to go to the right, which means that they're wanting to be the trailing boat coming back to the start. That's usual indication if somebody wants the committee boat, end of the line, or the pin end boat. There's Egnett Johnson heading off to the right, and we are coming up 10 seconds to the next start.
Thank you, Mark. Next start has Scotty Dixon. You can see the American flag flying from the backstay representing Long Beach Yacht Club. He's going to face Ian Williams. Now, he's already beaten Canfield, and that was impressive, the reigning champion. Can he beat Ian Williams, who's hoisted his spinnaker coming in from the left? Sorry, Dixon has hoisted his spinnaker, rather. Will he get across? Williams on starboard. Williams out of screen to your right is going to converge, and we're going to go into a dial-up. Dixon in the dial-up with the spinnaker at the top of the rig. Goes head to win as the bowman drops it. Meanwhile, Williams comes in close and spins up head to win. We've got 3 minutes, 25 seconds to go as Williams hits the brakes and Dixon drops his kite. Mary, who's your money on?
Well, in Long Beach, I love Scotty, so that's where I got to go. My loyalty leans that way.
Scotty, probably the most popular competitor in this regatta from a local standpoint. Both bows went down and then back up. The result, Williams gained a little bit of weather gauge. The dial-up continues here, and we're 3 minutes to go.
Okay, 3 minutes to go. Yellow again. Williams has the favored entry side yellow. It gives him control of the blue boat. So Dixon, the right-of-way boat at the moment, is lured, but he can't get to the right. So Williams trying to hold him off on that left side of the starting line, and he's successfully doing that. They're going to sit there for probably another 30 seconds or so. And Williams trying to maintain that bow. The bow's starting to fall a little bit. The bow's fallen off to the port side. He's going to exit out on port. I would expect to see Dixon also coming on to port and following him out. So there we go. Williams on port, heading off to the right, and Dixon falling off onto port and following him clear astern.
And one thing we saw to validate a comment that Mary made earlier, both bows in that dial-up were pointed to the right of the starting area, indicating when they were head to win, it is a right-hand shift. The question, Mary, is do you think these teams will be fighting for the right-hand end of the start in under 2 minutes' time?
Yes, I do, definitely. The thermal suck has happened, and the wind is picking up a little bit more, and it seems to be a little bit more, it's definitely staying to the right and
Okay.
filled in.
Okay, thanks. And then back into a dial-up again. Aggressive here on the line. Dixon being held to the left of his opponent over the line, so advantage Williams with 1:25 to go.
Williams looking very strong in this pre-start. He's got control of Scotty. Dixon has managed to move the game a little bit to the right on the starting line, but still over the top of the starting line. Williams in good control. He'll try and hold him out there. We're 1 minute and 5 seconds from the start. Scotty now doing a pretty good job. He's starting to, he's got back onto port. He's starting to move the game over to the right again. Williams still in a good controlling position here. He's the leeward right-away boat and controlling this match. Scotty is tacking. Nope. There he goes. So he put his bow up, stalled so he could get across the transom of Williams. Up goes his spinnaker, and he's trying to get back to the start. Only 30 seconds to go. Scotty's going to be late. Williams is going to be on in time. Big advantage here to Williams at this point.
I'm also surprised that Scotty's taking so long to get the jibe in and the kite down and just get back towards the line. 10 seconds to go. Williams will dip down below the line, and it'll be an easy win at the start. Look all the way to the right. I mean, Scotty just, obviously he had a wide angle downwind, but I think that was a bit of an error that was, an advantage to Williams, but also a bit of an unforced error for Dixon as Ian Williams crosses the line about 3 lengths over Scotty Dixon, who has to jibe, drop the kite, trim the sails, and then finally start. He won his first 2 matches. Can he come from behind and beat Williams?
Yeah, that was all set up on that control that Williams had of Dixon holding above the line. He was the leeward right-away boat. Dixon was pinned out, and then Williams just chose his time to come back to the line. Great pre-start by Williams, and away he goes. Not good and good for Dixon at this point. And we are 10 seconds from the next start. Next start is going to be
Poole from the right on starboard, number 8, Chris Poole from the United States, and Nicholas Dackheimer. Dackheimer from Sweden will be entering from the left-hand side in boat number 5, and here we go. Bow to bow, close engage. You're looking at the weather boat going over the right-hand end of the line. Actually, we're not. Sorry about that. Now we're looking at number 5, so that's the port boat, Dackheimer. Starting to wind up into the screen, you're going to see Poole. There he is on starboard. Poole fresh from that win over Taylor Canfield. Canfield also lost to Dixon, so a rough start for the Cup team. And now into the dial-up. Poole is not quite head to win.
No, Poole's the right-of-way comes in as the right-of-way starboard boat. As soon as Dackheimer gets over to starboard, he becomes the leeward right-of-way boat, and Poole has to keep clear, so he's keeping clear. Again, the yellow boat has the advantage here. They get the control on the starboard right-of-way. The only defense that the blue boat have is that windward-leeward boat. Both boats head to wind. Wind is over to the right at the moment, a shift to the right, and looks like Dackheimer's lost his bow a little bit. He's going left, he's on port, and yellow is on starboard.
So port starboard, very close maneuvering. We could see some flags flying, and Mark will get your umpire intelligence into the match, but the boats are very close. Poole to windward, has to keep clear. Blue flag. Look at that. That wasn't Poole. That was Dackheimer, who gets a penalty. So you're going to check in with the umpires, see if they can explain to us what happened there. But when the smoke settles, Chris Poole is ahead, and he'll be able to tack cleanly onto port with speed, get back down to the right and to the starting line with 2 minutes to go. Meanwhile, Dackheimer dizzyingly comes out of that tussle with a penalty. He's going to have to shed that penalty at some point before the finish. So the breeze starting to pick back up, and true to form, we see a bit of action picking up as well. A few more penalties. It tends to be a direct correlation between wind and maneuverability and penalties here in the Congressional Cup. Now here comes Poole. He's not done with Dackheimer yet. We've got a minute 35 seconds to go. Port starboard again. This time look for Dackheimer to be a little bit more aggressive in avoiding. There he goes, spinning the bow massively away from the American team. Poole goes head to win. He's just having his way with Dackheimer. Frustratingly, the Swedish team cannot get out of the Americans' grasp. There's another penalty flag. This one's green, but there's still a blue one up for Dackheimer trying to get back to the line. It's like a cat just playing with his prey before he finally goes in for the kill. And by the way, welcome everybody on the Belmont Pier. I can hear the speakers are finally working, which means you can hear us. Fantastic conditions, sunny and breezy. The wind picking back up, and so is the action. We are in flight number 3, match number 3. Dackheimer up against the ropes with Chris Poole from the East Coast just smacking him into submission. And it gets even worse because he's going to have to jibe and then try and get to the pin. He's going to be below ley line after this jibe. 40 seconds to go to the start. Poole is just cruel.
Oh, good one. Okay, so the penalty early in that was a port starboard. Dackheimer was on port. Poole was on starboard. Call by the umpires, minor contact, and penalty blue.
And you can see that penalty in the umpire boat just behind the match. Both boats starting to luff back up towards the wind, coming up on 10 seconds to go. They're both going to be late for the start, but for Poole, that's okay. He just wants to get across the line ahead of his opponent. He's already given him a penalty, so Dackheimer goes down, and Poole will tack shortly for the line. There's the gun. Advantage Chris Poole before they've even crossed the line.
So the tactic here of Poole is just to take Dackheimer out to the ley line, to the pin. So I would expect to see him tacking very shortly. Here we go. He's tacking onto port. Dackheimer's tacking behind him and is going to trail him in. Dackheimer with a penalty and trailing is in a lot of trouble here.
Now, to add insult to injury, by the time they cross the pin end of the line, which is just in front of their bows, the next match is going to be starting. Harry Price from Australia will be entering at the pin, And he's going to just slip behind those teams as the flight in front of him crosses the line. Harry Price in boat number 7 on the left-hand side. You can just see him left of screen as Dackheimer tacks onto starboard to split away from Poole, his opponent. And this is where the two matches converge. Look for Harry Price to duck below Dackheimer and get down into the start. He is facing none other than 4-time Con Cup champion Taylor Canfield. You know, if Canfield wins this Congressional Cup, he'll go down to be the winningest skipper in history. There are only 3 other teams that have won 4 matches, and that is Peter Holmberg, Gavin Brady, and Davis. What's his name? You guys know the Kiwi? Rod Davis, thank you. And sorry, Rod, if you're listening. And if Canfield wins, he will break the record, a 5th Congressional Cup. But he's got a lot of work to do to get there because he's lost a few matches. And now we're in the dial-up. Canfield this time facing Price. 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go.
So Canfield down 2, hoping for an easy match, and comes up against the number 3 in the world, Harry Price. Not what I would refer to as an easy match. So here we are in the dial-up. Price on the left with the blue flag, displaying the Australian flag. Canfield on the right with the yellow flag with the American flag. Price falling off onto port here. This is what's referred to as a... Nope, he's going back to starboard. I looked as though he tacked, so he's probably in a little bit of trouble. Now he's fallen back over onto starboard, so he's the starboard right-of-way boat. Transom's getting very close, and Canfield exiting on port, Price exiting on starboard. I'd expect to see boat number 7, blue, Price, spinnakers up. I would expect to see Price jibe and come back, and I'd expect to see Canfield jibe and come back at Price on starboard. So there we have Canfield on starboard, Price on port, Canfield's the right-of-way boat, Price jibing away as he's the give, and Canfield's getting good control of Price in this pre-start. Now he's going to leeward, and it will be a windward leeward, and he's still right away. Canfield, great control of Price, starting to get into his rhythm here.
I think Canfield has woken up a little bit. You know, after that very close last loss, I think we're going to see a much more aggressive Taylor Canfield in this match. Minute and 30 seconds to go. Both boats kind of tussling off to the pin. This camera angles from above the start, so it's a little bit confusing there. Now we're looking back down below the start. A luff from Price. Canfield, as the windward boat, has to keep clear. Speed is down, and it's a minute and 15 seconds to go. Canfield's going to go bow down. Is he clear? No contact, so he gets below his opponent's transom. Price responds with a spinnaker hoist. Will we see an overlap? Will we see a luff from the leeward boat? Canfield from behind also puts his kite up. Actually, they started later, but it filled first. That was impressive crew work for Canfield and his U.S. team. And now we've got less than a minute to go. 50 seconds. Can Canfield hold on? No, his spinnaker is collapsing. Dackheimer's going to start rolling over Price rolling over the top of him. So Price looking strong. He'll take the early advantage by jibing. Now he'll go back. It's a double. He hooks to leeward. Now it's Canfield in trouble. What a massive move. That was incredible. Price, good job. 30 seconds to go. Both bows are over the line. Canfield's in a bit of trouble. The spinnaker up in the rigging. He's a bow over the line. And here comes Price. He'll just simply wiggle back down. Canfield helping take the spinnaker down as well as it drapes over the crew. Canfield's got room, though. He's slow. He's going to put the bow down to accelerate. Price with a last-ditch jibe, having pushed Canfield over the line. Who gets back below the line first? Who wins the start? 3 seconds to go. I think it's going to be Price. Price is clear. Price is to the right. Canfield is over and slow. What an impressive win, at least here on the start, for Price.
Yes, Price has got the left here. Looks like he may have slightly more boat speed. So I think this is a pretty even start at this point. Canfield coming back onto port. It's a dial down, so Canfield on port, Price on starboard. Price went down to force Canfield to tack, which he has. Canfield's tacked away, and Price has gone tacked as well too. So advantage Price here. Price has got control. Dixon unable to cross, trying to get to the right side.
So both of those teams that we just saw in the last start will split. Price off to the far right-hand side, and Canfield off to the far left. Now we're going to head back to the pre-start. This is the last start in flight number 3. It's Yanni Berntsen. He's on starboard, entering from the right-hand end of the starting line. He'll be in boat number 2. Look for him to get over the signal boat. Meanwhile, you're looking at number 9 entering from the pin end of the line, and that is Will Bolden from Australia. So this will be the last start. Into the dial-up. Berntsen Bolden. Flag's already flying. I can see the umpires getting a workout, and we're only 3 minutes 20 into the match.
So green flag, no penalty awarded. And Yanni, nice control. Bolden, the leeward boat, on the left. Yanni on the right. And they'll be sitting here for a little bit. We're at 3 minutes to the start, so they're looking to burn up some time. Both boats backing their mainsails at this time, so both boats going backwards. Tactic here is for Bolden trying to accelerate and get behind Bernstein, but it's not working.
Bernstein is a bear. So both boats in reverse, so effectively it goes back to the way it would be if they were going forward. The boat to leeward has rights. If there's a collision, look for Bernstein to get a penalty. There was a flag, but no blood, no foul. It was green. Bernstein accelerating to windward. And Bolden there did a nice job, but not enough to get a penalty. Now both boats are going forward, and Bernstein will tack onto port. And probably, looking at the clock, he's probably going to want to gain some gauge to the right, head back down towards the line. Here comes the spinnaker. Meanwhile, Bolden will simply jibe around underneath of him, and he's got the advantage so far in the match. He can go any way he wants, extending to the right, gaining time, jibing back. It is Bernstein giving chase. Minute 35 to go. Breeze picking up again, Mary, after that lull that we saw about 40 minutes ago. Now we're starting to see typical Long Beach conditions, and I think that breeze is going to continue to build.
Yeah, it should, but they're still doing some roll tacks, but it should start building, yeah.
And here we go, back into the start. Coming up on the 1 minute mark, Bernstein dropping his spinnaker to the right and behind his opponent. Bolden, rather, has elected to jibe early and head for the pin. So he's rolling all the dice to the left. He's 10 seconds early to my eye. So he's just going to luff up, slow down, and wait for Bernstein. Is Bernstein late? Can he get to the line? Can he win the start, or will it go to Bolden? To my eye, the first shift looks like it may be a lefty, just off of the pin. Both teams looking for that now. And Bolden's in a bit of trouble. He's getting set right to left. I don't know if there was a bit of wind-driven current or whether he's just slow and his leeway is pushing him to the left. Did he tack all the way? Is he complete onto port? Yes. Bernstein will tack below him. 20 seconds to go. Is Bolden in trouble, or is his time on distance perfect to the point where he'll win the start over the Swedes? Bernstein now racing to the right. 10 seconds to go to the start. There's the tack from Bolden. So it's going to be a split tack start. Bolden wants to get up to full pace. Now, will Bernstein have to tack at the signal boat? I think the answer is yes. There's the gun. So it is a split tack. Bernstein doesn't have... Oh, who was over? Blue flag. Oh, look at that. Bolden, an unforced error. No one down there. No one pushed him over. That was all his mistake. He was going to start free to the left. And now he gives the start to Bernstein, who extends on port to the right, bow forward into breeze.
Very nice move by Bernstein there. He forced Bolden to tack away. Tacking in those last 10 seconds is usually a game killer. You lose speed and it pushes you off to the direction you don't want to go. So here we are watching boat number 9. This is Bolden. He's following Yanni out to the right. Brescia is over on the right. And looking like a very comfortable lead at this point, very early point in this match for Yanni Bernstein in the orange outfits. So switching, coming downwind.
We've got
This is Long Beach Sailing Foundation.
yeah, we've got Dackhammer and Pool.
So in the off to the left is Dackhammer and Pool. Dackhammer and Pool. Coming into the mark is Pool with a nice lead.
Yeah, Pool's ahead all the way on the left of your screen. That's him in number 8. He's leading his match over Dackhammer. And they're going to go back upwind. Match number 1 is headed downwind for the last time. And that'll be Egnot Johnson and Menzel. But not before Poole heads back upwind, taking the left-hand gate at the bottom mark over Dackhammer, who's likely going to jibe and split to the right. The match behind them is the first match on their second downwind run. Menzel and Egnot Johnson, who's ahead.
Egnot Johnson crossing just ahead of Menzel and coming down to the finish. Looks like he's got a couple of boat lengths lead. Should be a comfortable victory here for Egnot Johnson.
So, you know, Nick Egnot Johnson, I don't think has lost a match yet. It's still early days, but he heads for the finish over his French opponent to take yet another victory in impressive fashion. Kiwis coming on strong. So race 1, flight 3 goes to Nick Egnot Johnson from New Zealand over Francis Maxime Menzel. Look at the action at the top of the track, guys. 4 boats, 4 spinnakers, 2 matches, both of them very close. There they are. You can see them far in the distance. Off to the far right, the Farmers and Merchants Bank. Spinnaker is leading. Who have we got, Mary?
Canfield.
Canfield, okay. So Canfield is ahead in his match. I told you he was going to come on strong in this one. He had 2 losses. He's sailing Harry Price from Australia. It's close, but Canfield is ahead. And there they are, both of them on starboard, reaching to the left of the track at the top of the course. This is the first downwind leg.
And then right behind them is
And as you know, the advantage shifts to the trailing boat downwind. So Canfield not quite out of the woods yet. And sorry, Mary, who's the other match?
right behind them is Ian and Scotty coming down, and Ian was the first to round on their second mark rounding, and they're making their way down to the finish right now.
Okay, so Scott Dixon off of 2 wins, just out of screen there, is trailing this time to Ian Williams, 3-time Congressional Cup winner, 6-time world champion. Meanwhile, you're still looking at our feature match on the screen. Canfield leading Price. Canfield in number 4. On the left of your screen, the Farmers and Merchants Bank Spinnaker and the Stella Artois Spinnaker is Harry Price from Australia. What would you do if you were Price? They're centered up on the track, halfway down the track and also right in the middle. Price has options.
Price is trying to work his way to leeward of here, so he is blocking the Farmers and Merchants Spinnaker of Canfield from jibing. So his move is get to leeward of Canfield's track and stop Canfield track jibing. They both jibe together, which means that Price doesn't think he has control of Canfield. Canfield leading.
So Price looking to roll, Canfield looking to get affected Spinnaker. You can see it just starting there. Canfield Spinnaker is getting affected, starting to shake a little bit. Here comes another jibe on to starboard. Price, has he got a piece of Canfield? I don't think so. So Canfield just ahead. This time he'll shift, get his air clear before he jibes to stay with his opponent.
And you see Price coming back. He didn't, the move onto starboard, he didn't manage to get to Canfield, so he's coming back again at Canfield. Canfield extending out, should go another 3 or 4 boat lengths, and then jibe over onto starboard for the gate. Here we go, bearing away, Spinnaker pole down, and a nice jibe onto starboard, and Price counters with a jibe on top of him. So Price is trying to take Canfield's wind. Nice move from Price. and at this point doesn't look as though he's got a piece of Canfield yet.
We've seen races dissolve in the last boat length to the finish. Remember, Canfield in his match came from behind. We thought he won, and then it all went pear-shaped for him against Chris Poole. Now it's close again. And here's the jib going up for Canfield. Spinnaker coming down. He's got rights at the mark. I don't think Price has an overlap, does he? Tough to tell from this vantage point. The mark is just to the right of screen. There at the bottom. There it is. And Canfield does enter the zone ahead. And he'll round ahead. Interestingly, Price elects to take the same mark that Canfield does, telling us that the right-hand side is much stronger right now than the left, even though he's trailing his opponent by about 1 boat length. And I think we'll see an early tack from the Aussies.
So part of the game here that there's his early tack, but part of the game here that Price is playing is trying to keep it close. He may not be able to get past Canfield on this upwind leg to the next mark, but if he's within 1 or 2 boat lengths when he goes around that top mark, he'll be able to attack, and it'll be all on for that last leg to the finish. Here we see the Scotty and, oh, no, we're back over to the match, and you can see Price again tacking away, and Canfield extending out to the right. So Canfield and Price matching tacks. I'd expect to see Price or Canfield tacking shortly. They don't want to get too far away from each other, as that allows a lot of leverage and makes it difficult for them to control each other.
And as you say, Mark, here comes Canfield now tacking. I'm surprised he actually let him go that far. He's also got starboard tack advantage, and I think he's tacking in a right-hand shift. So everything going Taylor Canfield's way with the hometown crowd watching here in Long Beach. First time he's represented Long Beach Yacht Club. Now, coming downwind is boat number 2, Yanni Bernson over Will Bolden. Bolden there in the background, and it looks like a comfortable lead as these two teams head downwind for the first time towards the leeward mark here in flight number 3. Meanwhile, behind them, Mary's going to give us an update on who's in the lead with the binoculars. We've got plenty of time, Mary. We've got all day. So we'll give you an update on that match. You can just see it in the background.
Right behind him, that just went around that top mark. That would have been Chris Poole rounded first. I mean, yeah, he rounded like 31 seconds in front of Dackhammer, and he's got a comfortable lead coming down the course right now.
Okay, and then Bernson, of course, leading his match. So two matches heading downwind, one to the leeward mark, one to the finish. And the upwind match is still Canfield. Remember, he's favored the right-hand side over Price. He's still in the lead. He's shifted Price back to the left-hand side. Can Price get a piece of Canfield? Here comes Bernson, spinnaker down, left of screen, comfortably going upwind. His opponent nowhere in sight. About a football field and a half lead. And Mary, I know you pointed out that there's also a boat sailing downwind with no spinnaker, so we'll give you an update on what's going on there, who it is, what happened, and what match it is. Oh, look at this. It's Chris Poole.
Yeah.
They're wing and wing. The bowman's doing what he needs to. Everyone else is fishing, shrimping out the back. The spinnaker completely underwater. I believe the lines have probably wrapped around the keel or the rudder. Even Chris Poole has stopped driving, and he's helping pull the spinnaker in. I'd love to hear the audio on board. But it is game over. Yo, it's definitely wrapped around the rudder. They cannot get the spinnaker up. That match is definitely over. You can see it's the only boat heading downwind with just main and jib and moving about 2 knots. One guy's hanging over the back of the boat, the transom. You've got to disconnect the guy in the sheet there and just run it under the boat. Hopefully it doesn't get caught in the rudder post. And they've got a lot more work to do. I would almost have to just say this match is over.
That's safe. That's safe to say, yep.
It's frustrating to watch. It's almost kind of mean of us because we're going to stay on him here. If you're watching the screen back at home, I know you guys on the pier might not see it, but if you log on and watch our live coverage, it just looks horrible for Chris Poole. I'm sorry to say that, but what else can you say?
It's not looking good for Poole. These are the sorts of mistakes that the weekend warriors make, and it's sort of gives you hope when you see some of the best match racers in the world doing the mistakes that you make. And here we're still on Chris Poole. Is anybody going to go for a swim shortly?
So that's Jackhammer coming down.
I love Chris even helping out there. Chris is even he's putting a flag out. So what flag is he putting out there?
So the flag he's putting out is the L flag or Lima flag, which says he's got a breakdown. And the breakdown is obviously something failed on his spinnaker halyard, which caused the spinnaker to collapse into the water.
So here's my assessment, with all due respect to Poole and his team. I think the breakdown was crew-related, and now they probably got this kite and the guy in sheet stuck in the rudder. That's the physical breakdown that they're going to have to sort. They may have to send someone overboard to sort that mess out. And you got to wonder which of these 6 guys it's going to be to determine that. I'm sorry to sort of laugh about it, but let's go to the finish, because the opponent that he's sailing against is crossing the finish line at this point. So that's the guy that Poole was sailing against, Nicholas Dockheimer. Nicholas Dockheimer's crossing the finish line in his match over Poole. So quite clear what's going on. And there he is. Now he has a penalty, which is interesting, but he'll get rid of that without a problem and cross the line. So Poole is done. Dockheimer takes his match. 2 more matches yet in play on the course.
Yeah, we've got Canfield and Price.
Canfield and Price coming down.
Yeah.
So coming downwind, very close. His 2 spinnakers are up, and it's Canfield and Price. We're going to bring it to you in a second. That's Poole right there in the screen. He's done.
So we've got 2 boats. We're just panning around to find it. There we go in the spinnaker. Farmers and Merchant spinnaker is Taylor Canfield, and right behind him is the Stella Artois spinnaker of Harry Price. Harry Price jibing. He's jibed onto port. Canfield continuing out on starboard. I would expect to see Price coming back if Canfield keeps going. He doesn't want to get this match too far apart. One of them is going to crack and come back. Canfield leading. He's not wanting to get too much leverage. So here comes Canfield coming back onto port. And here comes Price jibing onto starboard. Price starboard and Canfield port. It's going to be a port starboard coming up. Can Canfield cross? Looks from here as though he's going to cross. See the umpire boat keeping an eye on these 2 in the middle, and here they come. Price crosses behind Canfield. Price starboard, Canfield port. There goes Price with the jibe just to the leeward of Canfield's track, and he'll be hoping to get a block on Canfield when Canfield tries to come back. Looking very comfortable for Canfield at this point. Likely going to be win number 1 for Taylor Canfield, but still time to go.
Which, Mark, is a surprising thing to say, win number 1 for Canfield, as we're 3 into the first rounds of the Congressional Cup. But he's finally got things sorted out, and I think he's pretty comfortable at this point to have 1 more jibe, hold off his opponent from behind, even though he's going to have a little bit of dirty air to contend with. That likely the final jibe towards the finish. And there's his opponent jibing just on top, Dockheimer, on his breeze a little bit. But I think Canfield's looking pretty strong. He'll just go lower and slower, let the air fill from behind. Dockheimer, good move. Double jibe, trying to get back on top of Canfield's breeze. And Canfield will jibe to respond, but he's running out of room. He's going to hit starboard ley line for the committee boat. That is Dockheimer's only option.
So there we see they're splitting tacks. Canfield going away on port, and Price with the Australian flag coming down on starboard. Canfield jibing back now onto starboard. He's on the lower rung of the ladder. Price coming through the gate. Canfield closer to the finish. Clear air, looking like it's going to be a good, comfortable victory here.
His father, Bill Canfield, has been to many of these Congressional Cups to watch his son win. This time he's got it. It's going to be close at the finish, but Canfield's going to be able to just soak down inside the signal boat end and take the race over Dackheimer. Give credit to our Price, rather. Price really brought it on strong in the end, but it wasn't enough. Taylor Canfield takes his first point here in the round robin of the Congressional Cup. Well done, Taylor and crew. And then one more match left in play.
Yeah, coming down to that top mark, we've got Burnson keeping his lead. He's been leading by a good minute or so, 70 seconds between him and Bolden around that top mark. They're coming on down into the finish right now. And he looks pretty comfortable, but you hate to say that because anything could happen, as we've seen already with that halyard dropping on the other boat. But they've got some good breeze down there, and it's keeping him coming down the course. It's still kind of light, but it seems to be pretty steady coming out of the southwest. They're looking good coming down to the finish, and that when they get down here, that'll be the end of flight 3. So this one last race, number 5, match 5.
So Yanni Bernstein coming down. This will be his third victory. Comfortable lead, 10 to 15 boat lengths, and we'll be giving you an update of the standings at the end of flight 3.
Plenty more action to go here in Long Beach. The breeze picking up. This perhaps one of the best venues on the planet for match racing, right here off the Belmont Pier. Crowds are building. Welcome, folks, if you're just joining us. I'm Tucker Thompson with Mary Cheers and Mark Townsend. Mark, a 5-time Congressional Cup umpire, is keeping us honest here in the booth. Mary knows everything about sailing these boats in these conditions, and I'm just learning from the two of them. So thank you guys very much for being here. Press conference will be this afternoon back at the Long Beach Yacht Club, so we hope you'll join us. And now back to the action. We're broadcasting live online around the world. The Grand Spinnaker, that's Yanni Bernstein, former Congressional Cup winner in 2009 in his 11th Congressional Cup. And he'll take a win in flight number 3 over Will Bolden. Folks, give him a big round of applause. So there we go, 5 matches wrapped up in the first round robin. 2 round robins to go where every team will sail against the other. And then we'll move to the quarterfinals, semifinals, and ultimately the finals this Sunday afternoon. We certainly hope you're going to be right here with us and stay with us for the next 5 minutes. We're going to take a short break. When we return, the start of Flight 4. Okay, thanks.
Beer voucher.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like a hamburger.
I will.
Nice job, Tom. We have a Lima flag flying.
When
I
that
have to say, I wouldn't expect Johnny and Ecknott Johnson to be the top 2. First and second, tied for the lead, Ecknott Johnson and
Race committee, race committee, boat number 4 to confirm Lima flag on boat 4.
Confirm boat 4, what's the nature of your Lima flag?
Current.
Gross tune, main sheet cleat.
However, it's still a long way to go.
Yeah.
Copy that, thank you.
It's only round robin. People are still settling in. People are still finding their way.
Look how Dean Barker. Look how he did last year.
Yeah.
He won every single match in the round robin.
It's great to win these ones, but the one important one is to win the last one on a Sunday afternoon. The goal of the guys at the moment is just to get there. Just to race on Sunday. That's their goal.
Well, did they cover your expenses to get here?
It's the team and the squadron. It's an arrangement we have. It's a work in progress. We're building it.
That's a big effort to send a full-time media person with the team. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I do a lot of stuff with the squadron. This is the first time they've ever sent anyone this kind of thing. So we're seeing how it goes. Trial.
So you've never been here before, right?
Not to Long Beach, no.
Having fun?
I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Hey, Tucker. When this runner when I talked
Race
to her,
Committee
I
Patrol
just lost her
press
name.
boat is going to return to the dock.
The person
Hello, folks, and welcome back to Long Beach, California. Our live coverage of the Congressional Cup Day #1 continues. I'm Tucker Thompson, joined by Mark Townsend and Mary Cheers, and we've got a fourth member of our commentary team, Ashley Love, out on the water. Ashley, if you can hear us, we are into the pre-start of match #1. Poole on the left, Williams on the right in the dial-up. How's it looking out there? No one on the pier can hear it. Awesome, Ash. Thank you very much. And Mark, the dial-up is over, or rather, we thought it was over, and now we're back head to wind again. Here we go.
No, Ian's Williams is disagreeing with you on the dial-up being over. We're still on the dial-up. Williams, the giveaway boat. He's to weather of Poole. Williams tacking away onto port and heading out. Looks as though he's going to try and dial him up again. He's got enough room to do it. I would expect to see him bear away, jibe, come back on starboard and line Poole back up again. Here we go. There's the jibe. He's on starboard. He's altering up. Now he's got him lined up. Port starboard. Poole's got to get out of the way, which he does. He luffs, goes through head to wind. Now he's tacked onto starboard's the leeward boat, and Williams has to keep clear.
Less than 2 minutes to go to the start. And Ian Williams, as we mentioned, is one of the more textbook match racers, particularly in the pre-start. Just taking Poole to school. Now, can Poole get out of this dial-up? He's over the line. Coming up on 1 minute and 30 seconds to go to the start. Williams continues to maintain a strong advantage to his right. Both boats have fallen off onto port. Williams accelerating first. Now will Williams go back again, have a third dial-up, or can Poole get back down below the line for the start? Minute 15 to go. Here comes Williams. Bow down. The aggressor on the hunt again. Poole in trouble, has to respond. Port starboard, holding course. Here we go. Yep, into another dial-up. This is getting a bit dizzying. It's like Groundhog Day.
Yep, Williams is doing a good job. Keeps dialing him up, and Williams now gone off on port. Poole looks as though he's finally escaped. He's got down to port. He's following Williams. I'd expect to see Williams go past the bow of the committee boat, head down, jibe onto starboard, and get ready to start. Nope, he's coming back for Poole again. Jibes onto starboard. He's on starboard. Poole's on port. Poole needs to get out of the way. Nice little game there. Now he's slowed Poole down, put Poole the wrong side of the race committee boat. Williams goes down and comes around the stern of the race committee boat on starboard.
Well, the good news for Poole is he's got enough distance to get below the line and get a start on starboard to the left. Williams, meanwhile, will jibe around. Clear distance between the two teams, and Williams will set up to the right of his opponent. So Poole gets a little bit out of jail free there as the clock ticks down. Less than 5 seconds to go. It's going to be Poole on the line on starboard to leeward of Ian Williams, who does a nice job there to windward. And quite honestly, I'm surprised Poole got a pretty good start out of that.
Yeah, Poole managed to get out of jail finally in just enough time. Williams went one side of the race committee boat. Poole went the other, managed to get back across the line before Williams came around the transom of the race committee boat and lined him up on starboard. So there they are heading out to the left. I have to say I'm liking Williams' position at this moment. He's on a weather track of Poole, slightly to weather, and has good control of Poole. Poole can't tack. He's going to have to wait for Williams to tack and release him.
So those two still on starboard, heading off to the left of the racetrack. Williams looking strong. Meanwhile, we're going to head back into the pre-start. Match #2 from the right, we'll see Taylor Canfield in boat #4. There he is over the signal boat end. And there's the entry period. 4-minute gun has sounded. This time Canfield will face Nicholas Dockheimer. There he is in #5 on port. And Mary, since I've been throwing you last-minute curveballs, I'll just keep doing it. Who's your money on?
Whoever goes right, because the wind had a big shift right now, so I think that's the best way to go right now.
That's what I like. She always responds with a zinger, you know. She knows she's always got an answer. Now, who's going to answer that? Will Mary be right? Will one of these teams win from the right-hand side? 3 minutes, 23 seconds to go to the start. And very much like Williams before him, Canfield's to the right of his opponent and in control early on.
Yeah, you'd expect to see Canfield trying to let Dackhammer lead back, so Canfield will want the right at this point, and Williams got the right side of the last start and had control of the right side. Canfield's going to want to do the same here. So here they are, sat dialed up.
Now, both boats are in reverse, so effectively the rules are still the same, right? When both teams are in reverse, you still have Canfield to windward, Dackhammer to leeward.
Yeah, that rule was changed about 4 years ago. It used to be that the backing boat rules would change, but they got rid of that. Now the rules remain the same, whether you're going forwards or backwards. It is a change of course, so there are some other rules that kick in, but here we go. Canfield's the give-way boat, Dackhammer's the right-away boat.
So, Mark, if one boat's in reverse and the other's not, it doesn't matter. It's still windward-leeward?
Yeah, no longer. Used to 4 years ago, but that rule's been changed.
Okay, so both boats accelerating in reverse towards the pier. Now, Mary, in about a minute and a half of this game, they're going to hit something that'll keep them from going in reverse anymore, right?
Yeah, probably each other.
No, the pier.
No, the pier. That was a shout out to the crowd here on the pier. We've seen it before. Harry Price has a point on this pier all the way to the right-hand corner called Price Point, and for good reason.
Somebody has this corner too.
Someone has the other corner? I didn't realize that. Either way, we'll see if any teams claim another chunk of the pier this afternoon. Now, have a look at the Price. Beautiful maneuvering there. There's sort of a reverse steel balls into an acceleration on port. Canfield, how will he answer? He'll jibe behind.
So Canfield's move here is to go around the transom of Dackhammer and see if he can get his bow to the leeward side of him, which will give him the right of way. But Dackhammer is accelerating away. Canfield can't quite get there. So Dackhammer is the right of way boat, leading Canfield off to the right. Now, based upon who comes back first, we'll see who wants the left and who wants the right.
Canfield aggressive there. He went in for a little bit of a luff. I didn't see a flag. Now he shifted up to windward. That was the 1 minute signal, so we're under a minute to go. Dackhammer hits the brakes, luffing up. And I like where Canfield is at this point. He's in the middle of tacking on to starboard. He's just let Dackhammer go a little bit, so Dackhammer could get a start out of this, but he's very slow, and he's boxed up in that corner between Canfield to leeward and the signal boat to windward. He slows down. Canfield now is going to luff up, close gauge, and by all accounts, you'd have to assume Canfield will win this start.
Yes, Canfield, very nice. He's got the leeward right-away boat. Dackhammer can't get in there. He's going to have to tack away.
Ouch. So now Dackhammer getting shut to windward of the committee boat, effectively cleaned out at the start. Canfield finally says, thanks very much. We'll take that check to the bank and cash it. He's going to start on starboard, and Dackhammer spinning dizzy after that. Canfield has just taken him to class and given him an F.
Yeah, great move there by Canfield. After a couple of losses in the first two matches, he seems to be on fire. Got his game in and back to the master class that we normally expect out of him.
So matches 1 and 2 here in Flight 4 on the race course. No question who's in the lead in the second one. We'll give you some more updates on the first one. But first, we're going to go back to the starting line. This time, it'll be Harry Price on the left-hand side, number 7, entering on port, and Yanni Berntsen from Sweden, and sort of from Long Beach Yacht Club because everybody loves him here. He'll be entering on the right-hand end of the line on starboard in boat number 2. 5 seconds to go to the pre-start. On screen, if you're joining us, you're looking at the pin, number 7. That's Price entering the pre-start now. On port. Berntsen on starboard, into the dial-up. Bow to bow, closing course, converging course rather. Now you can see both boats in frame and Berntsen in control. Price luffs, Berntsen responds. Price does a good job there closing the gauge. And we slow the game down into the classic match racing dial-up.
Yep, so Price is the leeward boat. He's the right away. Yanni Bernstein is the windward boat, and he has to keep clear, which he is doing. Price, however, can't come to the right, which is where he wants to go, because if he does, he's going to tack, and then he will be port versus Bernstein starboard. So they're going to sit there, hoping one of them cracks and makes a crewing error and has to go away from the dial-up.
Now, Mary, although they're not head-to-wind anymore, both, or at least Bernstein there, is falling off onto starboard. But when they were head-to-wind, it looked to me like their bows were pointing slightly more to the right.
Yeah, it seems to be going back and forth a little bit, but it's trying to go over to the right and stay there, but it's still moving around.
So odds are right is right. We'll see if that's where these teams fight to win. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go to the start. Bernstein still in control. Price will put his bow down. He'll try to get a jibe in early and get across Bernstein's bow. Bernstein will try to line him up on a collision course and close the door, saying, no, could we see a flag here? Price jibes in front of him. That got close. Bernstein will now jibe. Windward boat. Price sets up to leeward. Some fishtailing going on. Bernstein jibing back. Did we see a flag on that at all, Mark?
Didn't see a flag, and I don't see any flag flying on the... Oh, no, it's a blue penalty. Let me find out what happened.
That's what I like about Mark. He's got a line into the umpires. 15 years of covering Congressional Cup, and I couldn't do that. So we're going to get to hear from the umpires covering this match. It's like watching a basketball game, and if you don't like the foul, you can ask the umpire why. So stand by, folks. Meanwhile, coming up on 1 minute, 30 seconds to go, Bernstein bow down. Price port starboard. Bernstein looks to be across. Can Price get a piece of him? I don't think so. Price looking to get an offsetting penalty. He's not happy with that last altercation. All things staying as they are, he's going to start this match regardless of how the start goes. He's going to be a penalty down in the race. Coming up on 1 minute to go to the start, Bernstein leading to the right.
So penalty, Yanni was on starboard. Price was trying to cross him on port as they came to leeward from the start line. Price didn't make it. Yanni had to avoid penalty. Price on the blue boat.
Thank you, Mark. And now Bernstein jibes. Price responds on his breeze, on his bow, looking to draw Bernstein in. Don't think we're going to see him do the same thing that Canfield did in his start. But both boats are set up just slightly above ley line for the signal boat is Bernstein, and he knows it. He'll put his bow down, going for a piece of Price, looking for a hook. Will he get it? Price accelerates and says no. He starts running away. He's got time to the pin. 23 seconds to go to the start. Price looking good. Bernstein on the offensive. Bernstein pushing. Now, Bernstein does have the advantage of that penalty that he gave Price. Price now shifting up towards the line in what looks to be a right-hand shift. He'll actually luff up and tack. 10 seconds to go. He's going to have to tack back, but he's given Bernstein the left. He's fought hard for the right-hand side. He's made a statement that that's where he'll begin this race. And there's the gun. He doesn't have to tack. He just luffs up over the loins, the signal boat. A good time to thank the race committee and all the volunteers, over 300 here at the Long Beach Yacht Club, that run the Congressional Cup now in its 55th year. Match number 3 in play. Bernstein to the left, Price to the right. And it's a split. Looking at the leeward gate, very close match. Who have we got, guys? Number 6 is Ian Williams, just narrowly leading over Chris Poole. Poole's going to jibe one last time onto starboard and split to the opposite gate. No surprise there. As Williams with a late drop just cleans up the spinnaker and heads to the right-hand side when the game is close. Textbook tactics for the Brits. Poole rounding a little bit slower off to the left side, and we have a split in both matches heading upwind. Meanwhile, back into the start. Nick Egnott Johnson, number 10 from the right-hand side, and Will Bolden from Australia entering from the left-hand side. Aussie Kiwi Trans-Tasman battle. Here we go. Who will win? Two young competitive sailors into the start box. Egnott Johnson on starboard, having no losses yet so far in the regatta. Bolden on port. Here's the dial-up.
So Egnott Johnson going through head to wind. He gets onto starboard. and he becomes the leeward right-away boat. Bolden now keeping clear, and they sit in this classic dial-up between the two boats.
Just give you an update. In the dial-up, it's a good time for the tacticians to look up the course and see what's shaking out as far as left or right. They're watching the first cross in both of these matches, just like we are. Can you tell, Mary, which side has been paying off? Who's getting the first cross?
The right. Yep.
All right, so thanks. So arguably these two teams in the pre-start, even though they're watching each other, will be watching that as well. And as you heard Mary say, right is right so far. So we'll see if that pays off in 2 minutes and 25 seconds to the start. Both teams have fallen off onto port. Egnot Johnson leading off to the right-hand side over Bolden, coming up on the 2-minute mark. Many years in many years past covering this regatta, we've seen the signal boat a little bit closer to the pier and the action coming right in here off of the fans. We haven't seen that quite yet today, but the breeze is building, which means the speed is. And I'm a big fan of people slamming into the pier. I think it's hysterically funny. Just kidding. It does happen. But the point is, this is probably the only match racing venue in the world where part of the start is the pier.
That's right. It's there's a rule, an obstruction, and there's different rules come into play as they approach the obstruction, which makes for interesting challenges from umpiring and different tactical game. Here they are coming in towards the pier. It looks like you've ordered them up for us, Tucker.
Egnot Johnson, bring him in. Now, if you're on the pier, let them hear you, folks. Get into the game. This is stadium sailing at its best here in Long Beach as both teams jibe just off of the Veterans Memorial Belmont Pier. Minute 15 seconds to go. It is Bolden looking to get over the top of Egnot Johnson's bow. Both teams on starboard now, heading back to the start. And as we heard Mary say earlier, it's likely they'll be fighting for the right.
Right's looking favored. 1 minute to go. That was the horn from the race committee boat. P flag is down and 1 minute to go. Egnot Johnson pushing to try and get that leeward overlap, and Bolden trying to avoid him getting in there. Egnot Johnson goes down again, once again trying to get that overlap to leeward and force Bolden off.
I'm just going to throw a monkey wrench into the works here. I like to live a little bit dangerously. I'm starting to see some pressure coming from the middle left, and I wonder if that will start to affect these teams as they get off the line in 23 seconds. Egnot Johnson down to leeward. Has he left it too late? Is there not enough time to go to get to the start? I would think so. Bolden there to windward. Bolden is tacked on top of him strongly. Egnot Johnson, I think, is in a bit of trouble. 5 seconds to go. He is going to start behind. There's the gun. Will Bolden wins the start. Egnot Johnson now has work to do just to get to the start. He still has a tack to complete.
Yeah, Egnot Johnson's mistake there was that he got below the ley line, the line that you can sail into the pin end. So he was below the pin end ley line. Bad mistake, which then meant that Bolden had control.
All right, thank you, Mark. And here at the leeward gate, you're looking at Taylor Canfield narrowly leading over Dockheimer. It's a split at the bottom of the track, no surprise, while the other flight starts just to windward of the signal boat. Close action all across the race course. If you look at every single match in play, they are separated by just a length or two. And that's exciting. And there's more coming. One more match in Flight 4 in the pre-start. Coming up, it'll be Scotty Dixon again. His father Roy is here watching him. And from France, it is Maxime, and I've been corrected. It's not Mesnil, it's Menil. There's no, you don't pronounce the S. Do you speak French?
No, obviously not. Here comes Menil from the boat end and Dixon from the pin end. Looks like Dixon's trying to cross below at this point. He was on time. Menil was a little bit late. And looks like this Dixon's going to get across the bow of Menil, which is the The advantage now goes to Dixon over the yellow boat entry, Menil.
Nice job, Scotty, but more work to do. 3 minutes, 20 seconds to get the business done here in the pre-start. As he looks to hold off Menil from France in his first Congressional Cup. Scotty in his 15, 17, 19th, 20 plus, who's counting? Got to be the longest standing helmsman in the Congressional Cup in its history. Scotty Dixon, also flag officer, or board member rather, of Long Beach Yacht Club. Here they come into the pier. This is the best part. If you're a fan of Scotty Dixon, here's where he's going to want to hear you, folks, and I know he can. Let him have it. Scotty! I love it when you know he can hear you out there, but he's concentrating hard. Now, here comes Menil behind. We'll give him some love as well. Both boats just off the pier. A few boat lengths to windward of it. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Some classic match race pre-starts right here off the fans at the pier. Doesn't get any better.
It doesn't. So Dixon jibed around and then tacked onto port. Decided it was a little bit early for the start. So they're doing circles right in front of the pier. I would expect to see Scotty go down again and jibe one more time to get onto the pier. Here he goes, bearing away. Boom comes across. He's on starboard. Menil's on port. He's got to keep clear. Scotty has the right, starboard right. Ducks back down onto the port. Oh, jibes coming very, very close to the pier. In fact, we can't even see him from the commentary spot. He's so close to the pier. Here he comes, coming around the end. One of the rules is you can't, got to stay clear of the pier. He's leeward. Scotty Dixon is leeward. Menil is windward, heading back to the start.
You've got to stay clear of the pier. And if you don't, the pier's going to win every time. Scotty Dixon to windward of committee boat lay. Minute 20 seconds to go to the start. Menil to windward. Will Menil try to press over his bow or shift in behind him? Menil in a little bit of trouble here. What's he going to do? Dixon, closing gauge. Coming up on the 1 minute mark. Here comes Dixon. Winding up. Menil with pressure. Trying to get over the top with pace. Is he clear? Scotty can swing. You can see his bowman's arm saying, yep. Okay, so Menil takes the left and Scotty lets him have it. That says what Mary's been saying all along. Scotty's fighting for the right. Here we go, folks. 50 seconds till the start. Now it's Menil who's going to luff up to leeward, but I don't think he can shut Dixon out from that spot.
I don't, but Dixon's going down again. He's trying to get that the hook. Now he's coming back up. He's letting Menil go to the right. Here he goes down. And if he doesn't get the hook, he's clearly wanting the right. He's pushing Menil down the line. And Menil goes away. He's tacking. Dixon coming up head to wind. He's going to tack below him, try and force him over the line. So he tries to get to leeward of Menil to push him over the line. Didn't quite get there. Menil, we got under 10 seconds. Menil coming back on starboard. This is a dangerous move. Scotty responding and going away, also tacking to starboard. And it's a start. Yellow is over.
Menil. Just when it looked like that the French team was going to win that start, Menil over the line, and Scotty Dixon says thank you very much, just licking his chops there and has a feast. He heads up win, a French feast no less. Dixon ahead of Menil, and look at the spinnakers behind them to the right, folks. Sparks are flying. Head to win with spinnakers. We'll let you know who that is, actually, in a moment. Poole and Williams. Williams was ahead. And I honestly can't tell at this point. Poole has no headsail up. He's the boat to the right. He's rehoisting his spinnaker after a dial-up downwind with the spinnakers. Williams in the Seven Angels spinnaker. Oh, and there's a wrap on Poole's spinnaker. Williams, another luff there by Poole from the right on starboard. Williams will go behind him. And then a jibe. No headsail up for Poole. He's doing all he can to keep Williams at bay. And so far it's working. But it's only a matter of time before Williams with the spinnaker up is going to roll over him. Incredible action. Now Poole is carrying a penalty. Thank you for that, Mark. So he's going to try to untie the square knot in his spinnaker, get it out of the water, get it up, catch Ian Williams, get rid of the penalty, and win the race. What do you think?
That's his plan. So here he comes down carrying a penalty. Just passed in front of the screen while we were in the middle of that was Yanni Bernstein, also Bernstein also carrying a penalty. So lots of penalties getting handed out here and some very exciting match racing.
Now Williams and Poole were also the first match in Flight 4. So they are coming to the finish. Poole was ahead. After all that aggression is over and the smoke settles, Williams has passed him. Poole still has a penalty. And Ian Williams, 3-time Congressional Cup winner and 6-time world champion, just wraps up Chris Poole, puts him in a box, and ships him into second place. Ian Williams takes the race. Some serious sparks flying in that one.
Yep. Poole trying to burn his penalty, and looks like he picked up another one in the process. So expensive penalty there. We've got 4 spinnakers coming around the weather mark.
Okay, Mary, who have we got at the top?
We got Bolden and EJ just came around the top mark up there. It looks like it was Bolden over EJ by about 13 seconds, so that's a pretty tight race. And then right behind them is yeah, that right.
F&M back ahead here.
And that would be Canfield. Canfield is ahead of Dachhammer.
Okay, so if you're watching us watching online on screen to the far left, number 4, that's Canfield, who has just crossed ahead of Dachhammer in his match, heading downwind. Off to the very far right of screen, it's the Club 100 spinnaker. Is Bolden ahead of Egnot Johnson. Big split between those two matches, one off to the far right. It's very close between Bolden and Egnot Johnson. Bolden will jibe. That's the Club 100 spinnaker. Circle Audi will jibe with him. The difference, maybe half a boat length in between those two teams. Bit more of a split now for the match in front of them.
Dachhammer and Canfield split. You can see Durant Construction spinnaker is Dachhammer. He's just going out a shot. And we're on the match now between Bolden and Egnot Johnson. Close match here. Leading down with the Club 100 spinnaker is Bolden from Australia, with the Circle Audi spinnaker of Egnot Johnson from New Zealand just behind. Close match. And just coming into view, you've got the Circle Audi spinnaker of Egnot Johnson and the Club 100 of Bolden. Now crossing in front of him, this is Taylor Canfield from the Farmer and Merchant Bank spinnaker, just ahead of Dachhammer with the Durant Construction spinnaker. They're splitting. One aiming for the pin mark and one aiming to finish at the race committee boat. Very close. Could be just down to which side of the course gets the better pressure as they come in here. We would expect to see Dachhammer jibe. There he goes. He's jibing and aiming for the finish. And over on the other side, flying the Farmer and Merchant spinnaker is Canfield. Canfield's got one more jibe. Should see him go about another 3 or 4 boat lengths and then jibe over. Here he goes. He jibes. He's set for the finish. He's on port with Dachhammer coming across at him on starboard, but it looks as though Canfield's going to cross and win this match.
He does. He started out a little bit rough, losing the first 2. He won his last match in Flight 3. And ladies and gentlemen, representing this week Long Beach, California in the Congressional Cup, give it up for Taylor Canfield, who has just taken yet another win, this time over Nicholas Dachhammer. So 2 matches complete, 3 still left in play at the leeward mark here, very close. You're looking at number 9, and that is Bolden, leading Egnott Johnson, but only just. Egnott Johnson will split to the left. You can see him dropping the spinnaker there in number 10. As they head back upwind, I keep lobbing this question to Mary. You've got the split. If you're in the lead, you can choose which side you want to go. Which side do you like?
The right.
Still the right. You're going to stay with the right all day, right?
It's Long Beach. That's what it is. Yeah. Go right.
Final answer?
Right.
The right. You know, Mary might be short on words, but she's long on information. So, and she's right as he rolls into attack.
So that's Scotty just rounded the top mark up there.
Egnott Johnson just protecting that 2-boat length lead, we can call it, off to the right-hand side of Bolden and heading upwind. Close action at the top mark. Bit of a luffing battle. What's going on there, Mary? Who have we got? Top mark, head to wind. Both boats luffing. Pretty far to tell, even in our camera shot here.
That would be Yanni and Price.
Yanni Berntsen, Harry Price.
Yep.
Mary keeping us honest here.
He's on his way down right now.
Scotty Dixon on his way downwind against Menil from France. Dixon leading, but the match before them, Price, Berntsen, close, stuck, head to wind. Nothing in it.
So what's happening at the top of the mark? You can just see it behind the Long Beach Yacht Club Junior Sailing Program. 2 boats, both dialed up head to wind. The lead boat's not wanting to fall off, and there's a penalty on blue. So they're trying to burn the penalty. And Price.
Yes.
Backing up.
Backing up.
So Price has the penalty. Berntsen, I'm not sure if that's Berntsen, to be honest. It's so hard to tell from here. No, Berntsen's to leeward, sorry. He's got the penalty.
He's got the orange people.
And Price is to windward, to the right. Very close. I can see Berntsen's hand is on the penalty flag. He's likely to put another one up. There's the windward mark coming into play. They're above it. They're past it. That blue flag, there's 2 blue flags up now. Berntsen has just copped a second penalty, and he has to roll immediately into shedding the first one. Live by the sword and die by the sword. So Berntsen trails. Price will convert that into a victory. Has Berntsen gotten rid of that first penalty? Because he's now going for Price again. Yes. So he has shed it. He's gotten rid of the first one, but the second one is still up. He is still ahead somehow, and he's to leeward. So it is game on heading downwind. Berntsen doing everything he needs to do to hold off Price, but he's still got to get rid of one more penalty.
So an interesting thing happened there. When you were looking upwind, you could see the weather mark in the center of the screen. When they were on the right side of the weather mark, they were on the downwind leg. When they were on the left side of the mark, they were on the upwind leg. So depending upon which side of the mark they were looking at them, depended what their penalty was. When they were on the left, Yanni had to do a jibe to shed his penalty. When they were on the right, he had to do a tack. He went to the left just at the last second, did a jibe, which got rid of that second penalty, and that was how he got back to only having 1 penalty. Very smart move there from Yanni.
And there's a shot of Price. Pretty close action. I wonder if we can bring Ashley Love into this and ask her what she saw up there at the top. Can we do that? No, we'll bring Ashley back into the mix a little bit later, because she had the closest view of that. More action going on at the top. Right in the center of the track there. Tough to tell who that is from here. That's number 10 to leeward. So looking at the 2 boats going upwind, Egnott Johnson is trailing. Bolden has passed him, but it's close. There's still sparks flying. The game is slow. That's at the top of the track. The only 2 teams going upwind. Meanwhile, downwind at the leeward mark, number 3 you're looking at on screen is Dixon. Still leading over Menil. In fact, he's gained as he heads back upwind for the last time.
It's Price with.
Next on screen, Berntsen and Price. Berntsen still ahead. Price still trailing. Berntsen still with a penalty. Meanwhile, we just panned left to number 9 and 10. That's Bolden leading Egnot Johnson. But that game is far from over.
Correction is Price with
Egnot Johnson in a bit of trouble. We're looking at the upwind boats at the top of the track. Egnot Johnson is tacked. And Bolden tacks with him, staying right on top. And from what I can see in this shot, no penalty in that match. So it is Bolden's race to lose as they head into the top mark.
So that's Johnny is on the right, and Stella is Price.
Meanwhile, coming down, Stella Artois is Price against Burnson. And I'm sorry, it was Price who has the penalty, not Burnson. Burnson to the far right-hand side in number 2, the Grand Spinnaker. Off to the left in number 7, the Stella Artois Spinnaker is Price. This to the finish. You know one thing I like about Yanni Burnson? He brings his whole family to Long Beach Yacht Club, and the Congressional Cup for them is actually a vacation. Burnson's not a professional sailor. He works full-time in the hospital in the healthcare industry in Sweden. So the fact that he does this well with a full-time job and traveling with his family, it's pretty impressive.
It's extremely impressive. Most of the other sailors out here are professional, do it for a living. Yanni, here he comes, in for the finish.
Another win for the Swedes. Yanni Burnson in his 11th Congressional Cup wraps up his race against Harry Price from Australia. So that's 3 matches complete, 2 more left on the field. One coming downwind, these 2 Spinnakers. Number 2, oh sorry, those 2 are still our finishers on the screen, but shortly we're going to switch back upwind.
We got Bolden taking over EJ. At the top mark up there, we had number 9, Bolden, come around the top mark in front of EJ. Just about 10 seconds. It's still a pretty close race coming down the course right now.
Remember, EJ or Egnot Johnson was ahead earlier. Then they had a bit of a luffing match at the top mark. And when it was all over, the smoke settled. Bolden ahead, heading downwind over Egnot Johnson. And you can see them overlapping the match that is still going upwind. And that is Dixon leading Manil to the top mark for the last time. So this is the part in the race where 3 matches are complete, 2 are pretty well spread out, and we already have a lead established. So I'm ready for a joke. Anybody got any good jokes we can tell? Kill a little bit of time. Sue Ellen, have you got any jokes you can tell us? Kiwi jokes. Actually, we can't do any Kiwi jokes because this is a rated G broadcast. Speaking of the broadcast, if you're joining us worldwide, we'd like to thank you. Online, of course, we're also live on the Belmont Memorial Pier here in Long Beach and broadcasting back to the Long Beach Yacht Club, whose 300 volunteers have put this regatta on for 55 years running. It's called the largest and biggest Grade 1 match race in North America. I'm going to go so far as to say it's the best Grade 1 match race in the world. What do you guys think?
I would have to agree.
It's very good. It's well organized, a great event. And here we have coming downwind, center of the screen, the Club 100 Spinnaker of Bolden and the Circle Audi Spinner of Egnot Johnson. This has closed up a lot now. It looks like
Diving duel.
Bolden still has control. He is the boat on the, now as the leeward boat is looking, he's got control, but this is all to play for, because Egnot Johnson's going to take his breeze. He's trying to roll him. Bolden's trying to avoid being rolled. And this is going to be down to the wire.
So Egnot Johnson in control. Leeward boat pushing hard. Number 9 there in the Club 100 Spinnaker. He doesn't want to get rolled. If he does, he's going to jibe away. Here he goes. And that leaves Egnott Johnson with no choice but to jibe behind. Oh, bit of trouble on the jibe there. What's going on? Spinnaker collapsed. That was an unforced error. Opening the door for Egnott Johnson from behind the Audi Spinnaker. Can he catch up? Can he get an overlap? Can we get a bit of a luffing battle going before the finish? Or will Bolden be able to roll and maintain the very close lead? Right now, the Audi Spinnaker starting to get affected by Bolden. That's good news for Bolden, who's looking to roll and keep the overlap from getting established by the boat to leeward and just get his bow to the finish. This is where the race can't end quick enough if you're Bolden.
So Egnott Johnson is the leeward boat. He's on starboard, and to windward and just ahead of him is Bolden. Bolden's problem here is he can't jibe. If he jibes, he's going to interfere with Egnott Johnson. He would get a penalty. He's got to get trying to cross in front of Egnott Johnson here. This is what's referred to as downwind jail. Egnott Johnson's in the strong position. If he can just maintain that overlap or near overlap, this should be a win. They're coming down, trying to soak into the leeward end of the line.
The leeward end, the left-hand side, the pin. Egnott Johnson, or Bolden rather, in number 9, he needs a left-hand shift. He needs to be able to lay that mark, and I'm not so sure he's going to get it. Now, this is interesting. Egnott Johnson goes for a final jibe. It's a right-hand shift. He's bow down on port, heading for the committee boat, end of the line. Now, he was bow behind as far as Bolden is concerned, but it's going to be bow to bow now. In fact, no, the Kiwis have done it. Coming from behind, I think Egnott Johnson has got the race as he crosses the line. Look on the committee boat for the flag. If it's yellow, the race will go to Nick Egnott Johnson. Holding our breath here. Which one is it? Who's got it? Yes, it's yellow. Egnott Johnson, incredible race coming from behind just at the last second to take it.
And up at the top, we've got Scotty and Manil coming down the course. Scotty rounded that top mark about a good 30 seconds or so ahead, so he's got a comfortable lead coming down the course right now. The wind seems to be holding kind of steady coming off the right leg there, like we knew it'd come from the right. They've still got some course to cover. They're looking good, though.
So here they come downwind. They're splitting. Scotty Dixon in the CZR Lawyers with the Spinnaker, and Manil with the LBYC Junior Spinnaker. Scotty looking as though he's got a comfortable lead here and just working his way down to finish, trying not to make any mistakes, do some clean jibes, and get his third win of the day. Scotty having a pretty good day. He's going to be pleased with 3-1 so far. Coming up for the cross, Dixon crosses ahead of Manil.
You can hear people clapping here on the pier. So we're 3:45 this afternoon. This might be a good time to credit Mike Van Dyke and his hardworking race committee. They've just banging up race after race after race in perfect succession here in Long Beach. Day number 1, 4 more to go in this marathon of match racing that is the 55th Annual Congressional Cup. If you just joined us here at the pier or around the world on our live broadcast, once again, I'm Tucker Thompson, joined by Mark Townsend and Mary Cheers. And somewhere out there is Ashley Love. We'll try to bring her into the commentary. She's our on-the-water camera boat driver and 4th commentator. We're going to have a jam-packed booth by the end of this regatta. We'd like to thank you for joining us either live here or on our worldwide broadcast, which will continue Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're going to add cameras and really increase the coverage here with drones and onboard stuff. It's going to be everything you want up close and personal as we bring the Congressional Cup to you live here from Long Beach, California. 3 flights are complete. 4 races are finished in Flight 4. 1 more heading to the finish. Scott Dixon in the final jibe there in the CZR Spinnaker heads for home over France's Maxime Manil. This afternoon, 30 minutes roughly after the finish of the last race, join us at the Long Beach Yacht Club for the official press conference, possibly the most entertaining and humorous part of the day. It's when the sailors get to admit their mistakes and gloat in their glory and make fun of each other. It's always my favorite part as well. So come join us for the press conference. And folks, boat number 3 crossing the line, Scotty Dixon has done it again. So that wraps up Flight 4. Once again, you know the drill. We're going to take a break, but stay with us. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Congressional Cup continues here in Long Beach, California.
So they're going to try and do the
Welcome back to our live coverage here of the Congressional Cup here in Long Beach. 4 flights are complete. We're into the pre-start of the first race of flight number 5. We're going to see Harry Price from the left, Nicholas Dockheimer from the right. But first, ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined by a legend. Those of you who follow the Congressional Cup over the years will have recognized him on the pier. He's a multiple-time winner of the Congressional Cup. Dave Perry, great to have you. It's an honor.
Well, it's fun to be here, Tucker, and it's fun to see a dial-up with spinnakers. We weren't doing this back in 1983.
How much has the game changed?
The game, well, first of all, we entered at 10 minutes. You didn't need to come across the top, so you could go anywhere you want. We raced 5 miles offshore. It was every race took about 45 minutes, so a lot has changed.
Hey, man, a win's a win either way. How many of these Congressional Cup, how many Crimson Blazer wins have you had?
Well, almost 3 in a row. We won in 83, we won in 84, and then we were in the sail-off in 85 and lost a close one to Rod Davis. So one Blazer, they don't give you 2 Blazers, they just give you 1 Blazer, you wear it the second time.
So 2 Blazers and a pair of socks for Dave Perry. It's great to have you here, and this may be our last flight of the day, so if you can stick around, we'd love to bring you into the race. And speaking of the race, folks, 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go between Price and Dockheimer. Price is in boat 7, leading there, just still with the spinnaker up. Dockheimer pushing, trailing from behind. And already Price is in a bit of trouble here. He's in Coffin Corner out to the left-hand side of the start, Dave, with 2:15 to go.
Yeah, I think this spinnaker thing is a double-edged sword, and when it works, it works. When it doesn't work, you end up in trouble. And right now, Price on the left has got to he's got to pull some Houdini to get out of jail here.
And he's got less than 2 minutes to pull that Houdini and get out of this match, undo the handcuffs, and get free from underwater and back into the start. Not before Dockheimer has something to say about it. Dockheimer will tack, protecting the right-hand side, but could he tack back? Could he still close the door?
Yeah, no. That was a bit of a break. And Harry, you know, these young guys, they love the spinnaker stuff. I think they just love putting it up and down because they can. But it's not a bad idea to put it up here, trying to close a little gauge here. What do we got? Minute and change? Minute and 30. So I think it'd be risky for Dockheimer to come back at him. He should just pick the perfect time to turn around. He's putting his spinnaker up too. You know, listen, I think it's a little bit of a showman thing here. I think you just focus on getting a good maneuver and final timing, but we'll see what happens here. He's actually going slower for having that spinnaker up. And Price is actually gaining now as a result, and might be putting Dockheimer. I think Price is in a better position right here.
Says the old bull to the young bulls. Neither of these two have won the Congressional Cup 2 times, so maybe they should take note if they can hear us out there. You heard the horn. That was less than a minute to go. Number 5, Dockheimer leading, taking a spinnaker down first, so he did hear Dave Perry's advice. Price pushing from behind. Dockheimer looking to get a tack in on to starboard, and Price could close the door.
Yes, well, Dockheimer just sailed himself right below the port ley line of the committee boat, so he put himself in jail. That was self-inflicted. I think Price has the spinnaker higher back around the leech of his mainsail there. But, yeah, I think as soon as Dockheimer put his spinnaker up and got slow, he lost his any chance of control there.
So Dockheimer at least is going to get a start out of this. Price looking pretty strong to leeward. He's going to luff up a little bit and slow his opponent down. There was a penalty flag. It's green. 5 seconds to go to the start, and actually, Dockheimer's in a bit of trouble here. Head to win. Price closing the door. Dockheimer backing both sails, trying to keep from hitting the signal boat. Price is just going to sit there and keep the door closed. No room in the inn. Thank you very much for playing. Come again another time. Masterful start for Price, who's won just about everything else in youth match racing. He's showing here he can win with the big boys as well.
Yeah, no, that was a great job. I give that to his crew. The spinnaker work turned out to be the accelerator pedal he needed to put Dockheimer in trouble. Dockheimer sailed himself into trouble, but Harry was happy to oblige and keep him there. I think the crews go underrated in these boats. You always hear about the skipper. It's Price against Dockheimer, but it's really Price's team against Dockheimer's team, and Price's team did a better job there.
Dockheimer almost tacked there, and what's that little shift to windward that we saw? That was another gain for Price.
Yeah. Yeah, those fake tacks usually end up losing. It's better, I think, just to go fast and tack and go fast. Harry was right on him, and Harry Price's team is in a good, strong position. That's sort of a classic match race. And here we have another spinnaker coming in. And 2 spinnakers coming in. I mean, this is a whole new world. So we'll see if these guys carry it into the dial-up or if they drop it before the dial-up. Oh, I got it's Bernson on the left. You can tell the orange uniform. Who do we got on the right here, Tuck?
That's Yanni Bernson from the left and Nick Egnott Johnson from New Zealand, first-time Congressional Cup sailor against an 11-time Congressional Cup sailor. If the spinnaker from Bernson's boat hits Egnott Johnson's boat, who would you penalize?
Well, that's a tricky one because the right-of-way boat on the right is changing course, and it's got to give the boat on the left room to keep clear, which includes room to get the spinnaker down. So that would be probably it depends, as the umpires would say there. But these guys are good enough. They're not going to let the boats hit. And by the way, when the 2 boats hit, they don't need to protest. So very often in a dial-up, the boats will touch. You know, each skipper looks at each other like, oh, I'm not sure. We just don't put the flag up. There's nothing the umpires can do. If there's a risk of damage, they can check afterwards and take money away from you in points. But during the race, if it's a close one, if there's no protest, they can't do anything about it. So very often that'll happen in those.
Interesting. Thank you, Dave. So rubbing is racing, at least in the Congressional Cup. Back in the match, 2 minutes, 40 seconds to go. The lead boat, or the right-hand boat, rather, has fallen off onto port. That's Egnott Johnson. Bernson from behind with the unmistakable crew gear. They look brighter than the marks do out on the race course. Have followed suit. Both boats on port. Bernson, length and a half behind and still looking to gain pace. Plenty of time, 2 minutes, 23 seconds till the start, as EJ will go over the top of the signal boat end and likely lead comfortably into the lower right-hand end of the starting area before killing time and heading back. What will Bernson do? What was that, a seal? What's that behind them there, jumping in the water? You got who's local? Let's bring Mary into this. We don't have that on the East Coast, Mary. What is that? Is that a whale? What is that thing?
I think it's Berson's tactician.
It looks like a harbor seal.
Okay, so it's a harbor seal. Dave said it was Berntson's tactician. I wasn't sure, so I thought we'd check. Minute 50 seconds to go. Back in the match. Did you hear that? She's barking. You're doing a seal impression, Mary. We're going to leave that for later in the week when things get a little. Oh my goodness, it's getting late in the day, you can tell. I'm on East Coast time too, so cocktail hour started 3 hours ago. Folks, minute 30 seconds, some fishtailing going on here. Egnott Johnson leading it. Bernson looking to reel him in, coming from behind. He's shifted to the right. Egnott Johnson just killing time. Dave, when I sailed in the America's Cup, Nick Egnott Johnson had just been born. His mother, Leslie, was sailing with us.
That's right.
And that's last time I saw him. I definitely feel older, which is kind of embarrassing. I'm going to leave that one there as well. Bernson can get in a start out of this to windward. Now, Dave, let's bring you in on the strategy here. Which side do you think these sailors are fighting for upwind?
Well, listen, out here when the breeze gets a bit right of 220, and I don't have a compass on me, but you generally go to the right, and usually in the afternoon you go to the right. And looking upwind, the 2 boats are going to the right. So, but there is a ley line to that oil island. You don't want to be below it. So if you look at the 2 boats upwind there, you can look how the boat on the right's in less breeze because they're sort of the leeward of the island there. So you want to go out to the left a little bit and then go right is the norm here in the afternoon.
As you were saying that, we could feel the pressure increasing from the right-hand side. Back on the pre-start, though, EJ's in a bit of trouble. Below pin lane, he knows that he tacks. Bernson is in control of this start. 15 seconds to go. Bernson's going to start ahead. He's going to start on top of Egnott Johnson's breeze, and he's going to have the right. Other than that, what can Egnott Johnson do here? He's left it a little bit late.
I think he's going to have to tack again as well. Yeah, I think Egnott Johnson's going to have to tack again as well. So not only did he get shut out, he's going to shut out and having to tack. This is a brutal start for Egnott Johnson.
Yes, to be fair, there are better ways to start a match race, folks. You know, Andy Green, who I sailed this event with, used to say in the start you want 3 things. You want to get the favorite end, you want to start at full speed on the line, and you want to start ahead of your opponent. That was pretty much textbook for Bernson. He nailed all 3 of them there. So Egnott Johnson with a bit of work to do. And 4 legs left to do it. 20 seconds to the pre-start entry of our 3rd match. Once again, Long Beach Yacht Club's own Scotty Dixon will be entering the right-hand end of the line on starboard, number 3. At the signal boat, Will Bolden from Australia will be entering on port from the left. You could say it's a trans-Tasman battle if you listen to the way Scotty talks, but he's actually been living in the U.S. for over 25 years and representing Long Beach Yacht Club proudly in his 20th Congressional Cup. Here we go, guys.
And his father's here to watch him.
Yeah, and his father, Roy, is here to watch him. You got to love that. Roy flies all the way up from New Zealand to support his son. We love it. We love to see him.
Well, Roy is a real champion of our sport. Not only a very competitive racer, but he gave so much back to the sport and all his work down in New Zealand and promoting youth racing and adult racing and big boat racing. Guys like Roy Dixon is why the sport's so great, because not only do they compete, but they give back and volunteerism. And I'm a big Roy Dixon fan.
Roy, great to have you here, and thanks for supporting your son Scotty and cheering him on. Here comes the boats, folks. One with the spinnaker up. That wouldn't have been Dave's boat. Heading on port towards the Belmont Pier. Now the Hetzel going up. It's number 9, Bolden, pushing towards the pier. Now he's not gaining any distance to the right, which I think is kind of interesting. Bow down, actually, to this left-hand end of the Belmont Pier. Got about 2 minutes, 50 seconds. Plenty of time to the start. And Dixon's just comfortable to hang back. Watch what in the world Bolden's doing. Bolden's doing all this by himself, pretty much. And finally, he's kind of shifted up. Double tack there to lure. Dixon's just going to swing his bow. He's got it. And now, after all that dizzying maneuver, Scotty just hung back, waited for his moment, and he's going in for a luff. He's going to push Bolden off to the right-hand side, away from the start. Scotty Dixon taking control of the match. Into the Belmont Pier, folks. This is possibly the closest we've seen them all day. Bolden gets a jibe on starboard. No flag there, so Dixon will just shift comfortably over to the right. I remember when Dixon was the young guy, and and now he's the veteran.
I know. And he's still the young guy at heart. No, Scotty is the young guy at heart. Scotty's going to be 18 years old the rest of his life. That's why we love him. Hey, watch the lamppost over there, guys.
Ooh, look how close.
Last year somebody took a lamppost off, so I'm not kidding.
Last year, that was Harry Price. It's called Price Point over there that Dixon just jibed in front of. And Bolden has done so many maneuvers that speed has just dropped. And here comes Dixon. Minute and 36 seconds to go. And Dixon, he's just sort of hung back. I used to call this chicken tactics because he didn't want to engage too much and force anything. So just hang back and watch what happens. Bolden now is elected to go towards the signal boat. We got 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, so there's plenty of time to kill. Bolden in a nice position there. Just reeling Dixon in. What will Scotty do? What would you do if you were Scotty?
Well, I'll tell you what, the hidden skill, it's all in the final minute. It's all time and distance. If Scotty feels he's a little late, he's got to push and sail really quickly. And a Bolden with a minute to go, so you have to guess in your own mind, how close the committee boat. I say Bolden's probably 30 seconds from the committee boat, so he's got to kill 30. Scotty's 40 seconds, so Scott's actually, he's got to keep pushing the game, but eventually Bolden will bear off, and worst case, Scott will start to windward of him and have to tack right away. Doesn't want to get his bow stuck to windward of Bolden, because then he'll get shut out. What do we got, Tucker? 39 seconds to go, so Bolden's early, so he's going to have to bear off. Scott will be happy. So Scott's it's called pushing from above. He's just pushing the game forward. Bolden's going to have to bear off. Scotty will bear off. Scotty will start to windward of him and either stay there or tack after the start. We'll have to see how Bolden plays this. It's all boat handling now, building speed. What do we got, Tuck? 15 seconds to go. So Scott will either be able to start to windward and stay to windward. We call that windward with a gap. Or he'll start to windward and then tack to get clear or go to the right. So either way, Scotty's got the right here. But it's a pretty even start. This should be a good match race right here. There they go.
And just as you called, they're off. Even start for both of them. Bolden to leeward, Dixon to windward. And, Dixon's strategy that whole pre-start was just to sit back and watch what Bolden does and then respond. And I think Bolden made it really easy for Scotty. Scotty didn't engage or get too aggressive. He just comfortably got a start out of that. He's tacking to the right, as you say. Late in the afternoon here in Long Beach, the right is favored. Scotty certainly knows that, possibly better than most of the competitors here in Long Beach. And he'll shift away from his opponent to take the right. having said that, I do see a little bit of left-hand pressure on Bolden's bow. So we'll see. We'll check back in to see who crosses ahead. Mary's going to be keeping an eye on that while we shift our focus back into the pre-start. With the spinnaker going up, all the port boats have entered with the spinnaker. Dave, that's Francis Maxine Menil. He's facing Chris Poole. Both new sailors here in the Congressional Cup, both young, both aggressive, and both well, one is going to be a bit late. Chris Poole, for sure. 3.5 boat lengths. That's an unforced error in the pre-start. Meanwhile, the French team almost perfectly on time, but certainly ahead of Poole. So what would you do if you were the French team here? Try to get across their bow?
Well, I always say the blue starts in jail, and they're trying to get to the playground. I call the area to the right of the committee boat the playground. That's the happy place. That's where they're trying to get. Blue's trying to bust out of jail and get to the playground, and the boat on yellow, I call them the warden, and they're trying to keep Blue in jail. You know, don't let the creepy old Blue get to the playground where all the kids are. So Chris Poole's trying to use his starboard advantage to keep Blue from crossing, and Blue's trying to cross, and now it's just a game of judgment. If Blue crosses, it'll be because Chris was late and slow on the entry, and that extra length he lost was the length that Blue needed. So that was an execution, just like Tucker said. I think Chris should have been much higher approaching the committee boat so he could set a spinnaker before he got there. So that was just a timing boat handling error. So now Blue has escaped. They come to the playground, and with about, they got about 3 minutes over here. So now the boat number one will get to choose when they go back. And of course in Long Beach, the pier is the factor. You guys are on the pier have to know this is unique to match racing. You know, rarely do you get to stand in a place where the competitors try to come as close as they can to you. You can always reach out and touch them. Don't reach out and touch them. But that's where you want to be, is right next to the pier. So these sailors know that, and they'll use the pier to their advantage. So you're in a very special place to watch this, and in fact, to me, it should just all be starting, because you can't really, the rest of it's not so much exciting to watch, but the starts are really exciting. So enjoy the show here.
Thank you, Dave. And you're right, this is perhaps the only venue in the world where the fans look down into the cockpit above the sailors in the pre-start. Poole jibing just off of the pier, Menil to windward. We haven't seen too many typical circling, match race circling going on, but this is definitely good. And each circle, they get closer and closer to us. Now, Dave, I'm no longer in the sailing business. I'm in the entertainment business. I want to see someone put on a show at the pier, take another headlamp with them, you know, one of these lamps with them, maybe a bit of concrete. It keeps it entertaining. Look at the cameras out, shooting down. Here comes another one. Still getting closer and closer. The record is 1 inch, by the way, set by Francesco Bruni.
I was there for that one. I was there for that. He actually went under the pier, did Francesco. So Chris broke it off now. What do we got? A minute 20 to go. So this is all that time and distance we're talking about. How far do you think, if you're watching, how far do you think they are from the committee boat? That's what you want to be thinking. I'm going to say they're like 45 seconds away, and there's a minute and 10 to go. So they have to kill 20 some odd seconds. So Chris Poole will slow it down, but he can't let one get to leeward of him. So the worst thing that can happen to Chris, number 8, is to let the bow of 1 get to leeward of him. That's why 8's turning left and defending it. At some point, number 1's got to turn up and get the boats going toward the line. This is allowing Chris to kill time, which is what Chris wants. They also know where the ley line of the committee boat is, and they're clearly probably below it right now. But the risk for number 1 is that they're late, and the risk for number 8 is that they get hooked. So this is the game. But the nice thing about Chris Poole's position is that at any time he can tack and start on, only 35 seconds to go. So this is not going to work out so well for number 1. So what you'll see Chris Poole do at some point, he'll tack. My guess is he'll start on port. Well, actually, they're going to be late. So he's just going to stay there. He'll just tack on his face right here, and off they'll go.
In fact, Chris Poole was doing a bit of fishtailing with both sails in on top of Menil, just dumping dirty air and a bunch of vortexes on top of his sails and slowing his opponent down. The race started 30 seconds ago, and Chris Poole got the early lead, but the gun hasn't even gone off. Here it comes. An advantage, Chris Poole, as they cross the line. So Menil looking for an advantage, and certainly doesn't have it early on. You know, another thing that comes into this late in the afternoon here is fatigue. This is a lot of sailing for these people, particularly for those teams that aren't used to Long Beach and aren't used to these big Catalina 37s.
Yeah, people always say football's a rough game, but you got to give me a break. First of all, the game only lasts an hour, but each player only plays about 7 minutes. I saw some research on that, because if you're on offense, you're not playing when when their defense is on the field, and if you're a specialty kicker, you're only on there 3 or 4 times. So these sailors leave the dock at 10, 11 in the morning, and they're out here till 4 or 5 at night. And even when you're not sailing, you're out in the sun and whatnot. So sailors are much tougher than football players, and you got to give them a lot of respect for that. Hey, speaking of that, let's watch these boats come into the gate. Here's where the crew really takes over. The jib's got to go up, the pole's got to come down, the spinnaker's got to come down. The boat that does it better has a big advantage is the gate, which is fantastic for match racing because it gives the trailing boat the chance to split from the leading boat. So expect to see the trailing boat go to the opposite gate mark. That's an intentional tactic to try and get some clear air. So Johnny Burnson with the lead gets to choose which gate mark. There's no doubt he takes the right-hand mark looking upwind because that allows him to go to the right, and we've already determined that's the way to go. So the leader has the advantage of the gate to choose the mark he wants. The trailer goes the other one. And there's a little bit of hope in there. As Kenny Reed said, hope is not a strategy, but that's what you just saw there at the gate.
Thank you, Dave. And we're going to shift from the gate down to the starting line. This is the match of the day. These two rivals have traded blows, traded wins, and really traded paint in the match racing circuit for so many years. We're talking about Taylor Canfield, former world champion, Ian Williams, 6-time world champion. Williams' goal to make the America's Cup. Taylor's goal, he's got an America's Cup team. Williams representing Great Britain, Canfield representing Long Beach Yacht Club, and we're in the pre-start, the final match in Flight 5. Sparks are flying between these two teams. I love watching these guys. You can never pick who's going to win between Canfield and Williams, both of them multiple Con Cup champions.
Well, I'd say these are the two best in the world. If you go back on time and history, the two of them, and they are both equally aggressive. I would say Taylor's got a little more of the instinct going for him, and Ian's a little more of the textbook. Ian's very methodical, and Taylor can just let it fly, and sometimes even his crew, I've talked to many of them, not sure what he's going to do next. I mean, maybe he isn't. He's just very instinctful, but he's got a great instinct for it, both very aggressive. And but I always say the first 2.5 minutes of the pre-start, I can't say exactly what I say because it's not good for say it out loud, but it's just for it's fun. The first 2.5 minutes are fun. The boats eventually get free. These boats will get a pretty equal start. They're both good. They're fighting for the right, so that's what you want to see here. We got about 1 minute and 50 to go, so you'll see boat 4 will make the first maneuver. At some point they'll jibe and go back, and they'll either jibe and head back for the start, and then boat 6 can choose to go in front of them or behind them to lead or push. Or you'll see 4, Taylor, do a full circle, so he's behind 6. That's up to Taylor. About a minute 35. We'll see what he does. This will either be a jibe. So, yeah, he's going to run it down here. He's not going to do a circle. He's going to run it down, pick the perfect place to turn back, and he'll challenge Ian. So Ian's going to be behind and pushing. So here you go, Tuck.
I was just going to say, having watched these two so much over the past years, what Taylor Canfield is doing is typically what Williams likes to do. Williams has a pattern that he sails in the pre-start, and what I like about Canfield is he's recognized it, he's studied it, and he is exactly where Williams likes to be in the pre-start at this time of the game. At 1:20, he likes to be on port, coming dead downwind. He jibes, and then he waits. That's what Canfield's doing. So for the first time ever, I think, I'm going to see Williams defend his own starting strategy.
Well, there's no doubt these two study each other a lot. That's for sure. So right now, Taylor, we got 40 seconds to go. So Taylor's got in mind where the ley line of the boat is, and he's trying to try and guard that. He's also watching the time on the clock. 30 seconds to go. I think he might be a little below the boat ley line, so Ian should be able to start to his right here. We'll see what happens. If Taylor slows down, Ian's going to decide to go left or right. If Ian goes to the left of him, that gives Taylor the right. If Ian goes to the right of him, then Ian gets the right.
I'm excited by this because Taylor's doing exactly what Ian usually likes to do. Now, Williams finally gets his bow up in there. He typically likes to shift to the right late in the game, but he's going to be late. Taylor Canfield has got better time on distance. There's the gun. Canfield definitely wins the start. He has flipped Williams' game against him, and it worked.
Well, absolutely right, and it's just a nice place to turn back for Taylor, and Ian was a little late pushing back, and that first cross here is huge because not only are you ahead, but you get the right. So absolutely, Taylor won this one, but I tell you what, you watch these two. These races aren't over till they're over with these two.
Fair point, which makes it exciting. Breeze is up, and the day is getting on here in Long Beach. All 5 matches are in play. Who are we going to next? We're looking at the Dixon and Bolden, the CZR Spinnaker, and the Club 100 Spinnaker. And is it Dixon ahead? That's what we like to hear if you're from the Long Beach Yacht Club. Dixon ahead. Dixon's had a really good day one. Let's bring Mark back into the game here because you've been absent for a little while while he was telling us about football and happy places. So now we're going to come back to our umpire.
Yep. And here we have Dixon Bolden coming down to the gate. Dixon leading in, dropping the Spinnaker, taking that right-hand gate. Looks like Bolden is going to go to the... No, he's coming back to the right. So he's going to follow Dixon up to the right. Dixon with a 2 to 3 boat length lead, and he will be protecting that lead as he goes upwind and matching the tacks. So there's a comfortable lead. You can see on the camera about 4 boat length lead with Dixon. Nice lead over Bolden.
Mineo.
Mineo.
No, you're right. Yep, Dixon over Bolden. Dixon leading to the right. Canfield also going to the right. These two teams have been training here in Long Beach all year. And as Mary's been saying all day, the right is right. Now, look at these 2 Spinnakers coming downwind. The Stella Artois Spinnaker is Harry Price from Australia. This is his match against Nicholas Duckhammer. They've gone 4 legs and are heading to the finish line. Price. You know, Price is a name he's a young sailor from Australia. He's new to this game here in Long Beach, but you watch him in the next couple of years, I think that's going to be one of the names to remember in international match racing. He's won every international match race as a junior. And he's doing well this afternoon. He had a rough Congressional Cup last time, and I think he's going to right the wrong this year. Harry Price from Australia heads for home, taking a race over Nicholas Duckheimer. That's your first match complete in Flight 5. Once again, if you're just joining us, we're going to wind up the racing here on the Belmont Pier in Long Beach and then head to the Long Beach Yacht Club. 30 minutes after the finish of the last race will be the press conference, and we hope you join us.
I just want to mention, if you're watching the Taylor Canfield Ian Williams race, all the way out in the left corner is Ian Williams. That was the first tack in the race. Taylor's still going in the right corner. So it's pretty unusual to see that big a split, especially because Taylor was so far ahead. So that's the confidence Taylor has in the right and a little desperation on Ian's move. But here's Taylor's tack. So we got to wait another 5 minutes to find out who's ahead. But that was interesting to see. Massive split in the 2 best teams.
Now, Dave, I know you've been out here many times and sailed in this event many times, and I've been watching it as well. I've rarely seen someone go into the oil island and come out strong. You've usually got to get a few more boat lengths up before you tack onto starboard. Taylor tacked under the oil island. Williams looks pretty strong out there with breeze from the left, but it's tough to tell with this amount of distance between them. And we'll check back in with that match in a minute. Meanwhile, number 3 and number 9 are what we're looking at on screen, Dixon and Bolden. Dixon leading. 4 Spinnakers heading downwind in the other 2 matches. Mary, bring us up to speed on what we've got.
This one's been confusing because they've been staying on top of each other. I mean, you got 2 different races over just running around each other. But we've got the Long Beach Sailing Foundation is in front of us, and that is Manila. And I believe they're coming into the Lured Gate. And then you've got the Circle. That's Nick EJ, and he's leading his race.
Thank you. And there's a shot on screen of Bernson, who I believe is leading in his match, but it's really tough to tell. So here's my question for you, and Mark, you can bring us up to speed. The farthest left Spinnaker and the farthest right Spinnaker, are they both in the same match?
No, it's the Audi Spinnaker and the Grand Spinnaker. Yanni Bernstein with the Grand Spinnaker and the Audi Spinnaker coming down of EJ Egnott Wills Johnson. So looking, the other match is Menil and Poole. So you can see on the far left of the screen, that was Poole jibing into the gate, and with the Long Beach Yacht Club spinnaker, and the Audi spinnaker and the Grand spinnaker, with Yanni passing in front of the Audi spinnaker. Yanni's got a nice lead there, several boat lengths. He's coming down to the finish. It looks like another win for Yanni.
So one more jibe for our Swedish friend Yanni Berntsen, his 11th Congressional Cup here in Long Beach. Back on the water in our TV coverage, there's Menil. You can just see who's jibed, and he is trailing to Chris Poole as they head downwind. But all eyes are going to shift to the finish. The brightest crew gear in the Congressional Cup. Yanni Berntsen from Sweden. Boat number 2, the Grand Spinnaker, putting his bow down across the line now, and he's done it. Yanni Berntsen has won yet another race here in the 55th Annual Congressional Cup. 2 matches complete in Flight 5 and 3 more left to play. Now, Dave, you mentioned as we start to look back upwind that big split between Taylor Canfield and Ian Williams. Give us an update.
Well, Taylor went up to the right and crossed by, looked like 4 or 5 lengths, was leading by that amount at the windward mark, so the split definitely favored Taylor. Ian did a sort of a jibe set and doesn't have a spinnaker yet, so further gains to Taylor's team. Taylor is a big part of Long Beach Yacht Club now. I was very excited to hear the news that Long Beach Yacht Club is back in the America's Cup game. Congratulations, good luck, and so all good thoughts for that.
Thank you, Dave. And looking on screen, that's Canfield in number 4, the F&N Bank, and uncharacteristically, Ian Williams in the Seven Angels Spinnaker had a horrible set. I'm not sure what happened, but Canfield outsailed him upwind, and he out-crew worked him at the windward mark there. So the advantage to Canfield is what, maybe 6 lengths right now as we head downwind.
You know, one thing I think I noticed in the scorecard is that both teams were 2-2 going into this race. Which is amazing to me, which just shows the level of competition out here. You know, I always say any race is winnable and any race is losable. So the fact that both Ian and Taylor have already lost 2 today, if that's correct, is impressive to the depth of the fleet and bodes well for the rest of the regatta. You hate to see anybody walk away with it early on. You like to see it really close into the final day.
Speaking of doing well, and I don't want to jinx him, he's such a great friend, and I'm a big fan of his, is this match right here. Scotty Dixon out in the lead again. I know Roy will be happy to hear that. They're heading to the finish. He's sailing against Will Bolden, and he's in the lead. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here and guess that this is going to be our last flight of the day because we're approaching cocktail hour here in Long Beach, right? One more? Okay, we're going to postpone cocktail hour. Camille Daniels, our Commodore. Camille, thank you for everything that you and the members of the Long Beach Yacht Club do to put this Congressional Cup on, the best match racing regatta in the world. We're going to have one more flight, no rest for the weary, or the people talking about the weary.
So in the Dixon-Bolden race, there's Scotty, and we've got... Bolden is trying to get the wind from Dixon. Bolden jibed first. He's to windward of Scotty, blocking the wind from Dixon and trying to close that gap down. And there we can see the CZR spinnaker of Scotty Dixon and the Club 100 spinnaker of Bolden. Bolden's still up there trying to take some wind away from Dixon. You can see Dixon's spinnaker starting to collapse a little bit. So Bolden's starting to get to him. Game's closing up here. And now we've switched over to the Williams Canfield. And here comes the cross. Canfield coming across with the Farmer and Merchant Bank spinnaker. just crossing in front of the Seven Angels Spinnaker. So Canfield maintaining that lead and going down to the gate, and they've got another beat to go. So here comes Canfield, last jibe into the gate, and Williams looks as though he's lined up coming into the same side of the gate. Looks like Williams has closed it up a little bit. Tucker.
No, that's all I was going to say. Back to you, Mark. Yeah, Williams has definitely closed it up a bit. There was some pressure that filtered in from the right. Taylor got it first, but that had him out of phase as he approached the mark. Meanwhile, Williams spent his money early, but he gained later on in that in the last part of the run to reel in Taylor a little bit, but not enough. Taylor Canfield very strong, and it looks like Williams is going to split. And I think, Dave, if you're Williams, you're going to go for broke. You're going to go all the way to the left-hand side again, even though it didn't work last time. What else are his options?
Yeah, when you're three or four lanes back, you just have to go. You have to get leverage and hope. It's at this level, you know, if you're within a couple lanes, you can grind it out. But if you're more than that, it's tough sledding. So I think you're going to see. Wouldn't be surprised if you saw Taylor go past his Spinnaker and then sort of just go with him. Don't give him the leverage. The only way Ian gets leverage is that Taylor gives it to him. The more they split, the more Taylor's signaling he's very confident he's going the right way, but he's giving Ian leverage. So, but still, I think Taylor's going to the right, strong position, and Ian's just hoping for something out there. And hey, listen, sometimes it happens. We've all been in sailboat races where strange things happen. So might as well get the leverage and hope. The worst you can get is second.
If you are on the far right-hand side of the Belmont Pier, look to the far left of the finish line and make sure he can hear you. Shout as loud as you can. If you're a fan of Long Beach Yacht Club, have a look at Scott Dixon winning another race. That's pretty good. We got everybody cheering there.
What did you do, man? 30 nothing makes you you. I tell you, it's fun to stand next to Tucker Thompson, man. The guy's got more energy than the sun.
Oh, come on now.
It's really, really fun. And here's a little tip about the announcers. They always say the trailing boat's catching up. I've watched so many races. I've been watching so many races and listening to the commentator. Oh, the trailing boat's catching up. Oh, and you're looking at it. No, they're not. But I know it sounds better. So keep it up, Tuck. Keep us dreaming for a close race.
Dave, I know you've done a lot of television yourself and race commentary, and you just threw all your co-commentators under the bus. That was a trade secret. The trailing boat can catch up. Remember Mighty Mary plus Dave?
Thank you.
In San Diego?
Don't say in front of Dave.
Yeah. Sorry, Dave, if you're listening, but you did a great, it was a good effort. Anyway, it happens. And also, remember the shot of Terry Hutchinson in the final race of the Congressional Cup, jumping up and down, literally his teeth, he was so mad he was spitting his teeth out when all they had to do was go to the finish, and yet Ed Baird, I think it was, jibed, went around the outside, won the race. So, I just want to disagree with you professionally on this, because otherwise everyone's going to know where we're going with this for the rest of the week. Surprise! Anything can and hopefully will happen in the Congressional Cup. And this is just day number one. Dave giving up all of our secrets early on.
I've always wanted to do that.
All right, so listen, let's put you on the spot here, Dave. How's the trailing boat doing and the Spinnakers heading downwind?
Well, as I always say, whether you win or lose the race, round robins are, you're trying to get better for the next race. So when you're trailing, you still race hard, you sail hard, you still have the onboard comms, you're talking about pressure. If it's a jibe, you do really good jibes, you work on your ley lines, If you lose the race, you lose the race. But you're still out there racing, and you want to get better for the next one. So you never give up. Something could happen. We've seen Spinnakers blow up. We've seen halyards break. We've seen people fall overboard. But on the other hand, if you're trailing, you don't give up. It's a mentality. Winners are always trying to win, whether they're winning or not. And once you give up, it's a cancer on the boat. So if you're trailing, you do what they're doing. You split. You get separation. You hope. That's the right thing to do. And, like I said, the worst you can get is second in the race, and you get ready for the next one.
I want to give away another trade secret that Dave just did expertly, and that's called vamp. He just filled a whole lot of time, and in that amount of time, nothing happened. The trailing boat still is trailing. So Dave is still right.
So I think I've hit a little nerve with Tucker here. I think I got him on the unreeling a little bit here. So this is kind of fun to feel the back and forth. I got nothing to lose. I'm not a commentator. I'm just out here as a sailor watching great racing and trying to fill your head with what sailors think about when they're on the race course. That's why Tucker is such a great commentator, because he's a champion racer himself. Andy Green, Kenny Reed, all the great ones are great racers and they know the game. So Tuck, you're doing a great job.
I love you too, Dave. Thank you. And I learn every time I hear you talk. I do. Seriously, I've learned today as well. Do you know why Mr. Potato Head was never a television announcer?
Tucker, why was Mr. Potato Head never a television announcer?
He was just a commentator. All right, so now listen, if you're watching these spinnakers coming downwind, we've just vamped for a good 3 or 4 minutes. Nothing has changed. It's still Poole out in the lead, right here in the Long Beach Sailing Foundation. Spinnaker heading for the finish over Maxime Menil from France. Now, if you are looking at the pairing list, if you have your copy of the pairing list, the names as they're printed here are Mess and Pooh. So Pooh is leading Mess. You can fill in the rest. That's how you know it's getting late in the day, but it is. Can't you see this is Mess and Pooh?
So Tucker, I got a Brexit question for you.
Oh, no.
Why is it good to invest your money in Ireland?
Why?
Because the capital is always Dublin.
Oh, this is how you know it's getting late in the day. On to the finish, folks. Give him a huge round of applause. Chris Poole has just bested Menil from France. America over the French. And Poole, Poole. Actually, this could be Poole's year. He's sailing better than I've ever seen him, I think. And I know you've sailed against him a bunch.
Yeah, sure. No, Chris Poole cut his teeth at the Oak Cliff Sailing in Oyster Bay. He's a young guy coming up. He loves the sport. He's got passion. He works hard. I'm not sure about that picture in the program. It looks like he's a terrorist from somewhere. But he really wants it badly, and that's a great thing. That fire in the belly is, there's nothing more important to get good in the sport to have fire in the belly, and he sure has it. So good luck, Chris, the rest of the week, and love to see those East Coast sailors doing well.
Thanks, Dave. And looking at the screen, there's only 2 more spinnakers left, 2 more boats on the race course. And as Mary pointed, Mary's been right all day, by the way.
Oh, there you go.
Mary, which side paid off?
The right side. Yeah, they had a big split right there. For the longest time, Ian went way left, further than I've seen anybody go today. And Taylor stayed way over to the right, and he came around the top mark there, probably about 30 seconds ahead. But now they're coming down, and he's got quite the lead. And I believe, yep, this is to the finish.
So big split here. Canfield going to the left, Williams to the right. So Williams trying to get some separation, which gets you some leverage, and that's the way of getting past people. So big separation here. Williams now jibing. I think he may be closing the gap a little. Tucker.
So what you're saying is the trailing boat may be catching up. Dave would probably disagree with you on that. Hey, guys, give Dave Perry a huge round of applause. Thanks, Dave. It's an honor to have you with us. And we certainly hope you'll be around for many more, because it's a long, long week. Actually, Dave's going to be here sailing all week, so great to have you here, Dave. Thanks very much. Late in the day here, last match in Flight 5. Camille Daniels has informed us that we're going to keep going for another. You can see the boats are still here, so that's a pretty good indication. One more flight before we head back to the Long Beach Yacht Club at sunset. And one more match set to go. You are right, though, Mark. Williams is gaining a little bit. The big question is, could that be enough? Because Canfield is a lot closer to the finish.
He certainly is. Canfield coming back into the center here to cover Williams, trying to protect against that split of the jibe, so he doesn't get much leverage on him. We should see Canfield come down another 4 or 5 boat lengths, maybe half a dozen, and then jibe below Williams to protect that position into the finish. So we should be looking for a jibe very shortly from Canfield.
I got a joke.
Oh, good.
So excited
Yeah.
Okay, here's a joke to just waste some time. Why did the sailboat stay close to the motorboat? Because he liked her a yacht. He liked her a yacht. Never mind.
I think we should have a joke. I think we should have a bad joke contest this week. When things get slow, which joke is the worst? Sadly, I usually win the worst joke contest, but that'll give it a run for the money.
That's the cleanest one I've got.
That's the cleanest one you've got?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Well, the wait is almost over. Taylor Canfield, and we started out this match by explaining the rivalry between these two. I can tell you honestly, there are no two skippers on the match racing tour that hate to lose to the other than these two. And you can never bet as to who's going to win. More racing to come. They'll sail each other again. But this time, the rivalry between Ian Williams and Taylor Canfield is going to go the way of the American team, with the Brits trailing way behind as a result of those left-hand Williams going to the left so many times, and Mary, as you point out, the right was right. So here we go, folks. Now representing Long Beach Yacht Club, Taylor Canfield and crew, the Stars and Stripes Team USA beating Ian Williams and taking another race. Give them a huge round of applause, folks. All right, there we go. And the signal boat, Mike Van Dyke immediately telling the sailors, stick around. We're going to do one more flight, and we hope you stick around with us as well, either here on the Belmont Veterans Memorial Pier or live online. Either way, we're definitely going to stick around. Don't go anywhere. A couple minutes, we will start the last flight, and we hope you'll be there and then join us back at the Long Beach Yacht Club. So stick around. We'll be right back. Okay, folks, welcome back. We're already into the pre-start. This, the final flight of the day, and already sparks are flying. Scott Dixon on the right-hand side with the CZR Spinnaker facing Yanni Berntsen, and Berntsen gets a cross mark.
Yep, Berntsen managed to cross. The coming in from the port side, got the Spinnaker up and set very early and crossed clear ahead of Scotty Dixon. So they're heading out to the playground. And here they go. Jib going up on Berntsen's boat. And the jib going up on Scotty's boat. So we would expect Berntsen to jibe here. Is he going to jibe or tack around?
I don't know. If I'm Berntsen, I'm going to extend a little bit farther to the right just to gain more area in the playground with which to use later on and kill some time. The farther the right they get, particularly as the lead boat, the safer it becomes. Now here comes Scotty dropping his Spinnaker. Things are a little bit rougher there on board Dixon's boat. The jib only just coming in, the kite only just going down. That may have been a good time to go at him because the crew was out of position, but Berntsen waited probably 10 seconds too late, and now Dixon's in control, has things cleaned up. In fact, Berntsen can't get a piece of him there in that jibe.
Nope. As he comes around onto starboard, Scotty passes his transom. Berntsen coming back onto port. Dixon on starboard. Dixon now coming around behind Berntsen, jibing onto port. So Dixon's the keep clear boat. Here comes Berntsen tacking over to starboard. He's starboard right away. Scotty's got to keep out of the way. Dixon passing behind him. And here we go with another circle. So we got 1 minute and 40 seconds to burn here. Couple of loops.
And I've already mentioned that, Yanni Berntsen doesn't do this full time. So he arguably gets less practice than someone like Dixon, who gets out here on these boats quite a bit, being from Long Beach, the yacht club here. So I'm wondering if the advantage shifts to those teams late in the day when fatigue sets in to those that have more time in the boat. Well, we'll see. Berntsen has won this regatta before, and Dixon has not. So by all accounts, this should be a really good match. Coming up on 1 minute to go, Berntsen leading. There's the 1 minute mark. Dixon pushing. Both boats a little bit early, needing to kill time.
Dixon digging down. He's going for the hook. Berntsen protecting. He accelerates away. Dixon comes down again, trying to get that hook. Berntsen accelerates away again. Now looks as though Dixon's locked in above to weather of Berntsen. Yanni's going to try and hold him out at the boat. So as he comes up, there's no room for Scotty to come in at that committee boat.
In the last start against Bolden, this is exactly what Dixon did, but this time Berntsen's going to close the door, going to shut him out. Dixon trying to keep Gage so that he can swing back in there, but Berntsen strongly in control of Scotty at this point, and Dixon in a bit of trouble. Not going to get to the start before Berntsen, who lets the clock tick down. 3 seconds to go to the start. There it is. Berntsen will slowly spin his bow towards the line to start, and Dixon left with no option but to follow suit behind. So advantage at the start to Yanni Berntsen.
Scotty did a pretty good job, though, of limiting the amount of damage that Berntsen did to him. He's trailing in about one boat length behind, and try and hold that up through the weather leg and attack him on the downwind leg. So next match up.
Thank you, Mark. Next match is going to be Bolden against Poole. So Chris Poole will be entering on starboard, number 8, from the weather end of the line. And Will Bolden will be entering from the left on port, number 9, in about 10 seconds. And as Mark just pointed out, we have Boo against Pooh, right?
That's the one. Okay, so here we go. We're watching yellow entering. That's number 8. Poole entering yellow. He's the right-of-way boat. He's on starboard. Now we can see Bolden coming into frame. Bolden is now luffing hard. He's attacking, completes his tack, is on starboard, and now Poole keeping clear. So Poole is the windward boat. He's got to keep clear, and it's about 3/4 of a boat length behind. Bolden managed to get over the top of Poole. He's tacked onto port. Poole, unable to get to him, has tacked underneath him, and they're heading off to the playground. Poole is the right-away boat, leeward right-away, with Bolden the give-way windward boat. Advantage still Poole at this point, but having got out to the right here, the yellow's advantage is going away. Bolden going through, tacking, and Poole's trying to tack inside him. If he gets his bow through, which he does, he's now maintaining the leeward boat, so Bolden can't come down as Poole is the leeward right-away boat. Bolden trying to extend. He's getting the spinnaker up as he goes over the top of the race committee boat. If he can extend as he comes down the side of the race committee boat, then he'll be able to jibe and get out to the right. I think Poole still got him trapped at this point.
You know, this is where Dave Perry was exactly right, because Bolden probably would have easily gotten over the top of Poole's bow. He had pace, he was on his breeze, but they screwed up that spinnaker hoist, and that opened the door for Poole to get a piece of him. Now, finally, the spinnaker is drawing, and Bolden's boat is pulling forward, but that was potentially an unforced error that Poole could have capitalized on. Poole still on starboard, still trying to get a piece of him, but Bolden is going to make it across. We got 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, so they've got to stop this stuff and start getting ready for the start. The spinnaker's got to come down. There goes the jib, and they've got to get things cleaned up and headed back to the line on starboard with less than 1 minute 20 seconds to go. So that is a case where doing too much costs more than being a bit conservative. Fortunately for Bolden, it pulled off, but not before Poole got his bow in there. Bolden can't tack to get to the line at this point. Poole's going to be windward, doesn't want to get a penalty there. Umpire's right in position to see the distance between the two boats. If there's a collision, it would go against Poole, likely because Poole is the windward boat. At this point, you heard the horn from the signal boat, less than 1 minute to go, under 50 seconds. There was a penalty flag, but it's green. There's another penalty from Poole, which I think is interesting. And it's a yellow flag. Poole gets it. I was wondering, why did Poole flag there? Mark, talk us through it and do it quickly. You got 36 seconds.
So Poole was, both boats were on port. Poole was the keep clear boat, and he failed to keep clear. Doesn't have to be contact, but not keeping clear. Yellow penalty on Poole.
So effectively, Poole penalized himself. You heard Dave Perry tell us if there's no flag from either competitor, then regardless of the incident, they can't rule a penalty. Well, Poole was a bit too aggressive there, and he gave himself a penalty. He's going to get a good start out of this to the left-hand side. Meanwhile, Bolden has tacked back. Boom, there's the gun. So Poole will cross the line first, but he's got a penalty. He's to the left. Bolden gets a relatively good start to the right of his opponent, and match number 2 is off. This is late in the day here. You can see breeze to the middle of the race course, but the very far right up under the oil island is a little bit soft. And I was surprised Taylor Canfield in the last flight did such a good job from the lower right-hand corner. The farther right you get and the lower you get, the more the shadow of that island comes into play. So you want to favor sort of the middle right of the racetrack at this point in time. Looking back on the starting line after the first 2 matches, now we're going to head back with Taylor Canfield, number 4, on starboard from the right against France's Maxime Menil in number 1. Here's the entry. 4 minutes to go. Both boats entering the pre-start area with spinnakers. So we could see our first dial-up with spinnakers. This should be kind of fun, unless Menil can get across from the left. What do you think?
It's going to be close. Nope, Menil's going up. It's going to be a dial-up. Both spinnakers coming down. And up they come. Can Menil get through? He's late on that tack. We'll see whether there's a flag and what the umpires think.
Well, no doubt that Canfield kept it very close. There was a flag, but it's green. Both boats get their kite down. Menil, though, is in big trouble. He's headed towards Coffin Corner.
So the rule is, the way the rule works is that yellow Canfield has to get him lined up and holding his course before Menil has to really get out of the way. So even though it sometimes looks as though he's got lined up, you're watching to see whether Canfield's altering course. Menil's in a bunch of trouble here. He's down by the pin. Canfield's got him trapped. This is looking a strong position for Canfield. He's just going to try and hold him down there. Leaves him few options to get a good start. Menil, a world of hurt.
Other than that, Mark, how's he doing?
Well, I definitely want to be in Taylor's boat in this one. Up, Taylor's falling off onto port, jib's filling, and he's going to go out on port. Looks like Menil's still struggling, so we could see another dial-up. Let's see what happens.
Well, Menil actually in reverse as his opponent, Taylor Canfield, pulls forward on port to his right and extends away. And as you mentioned, we could see a dial-up. Menil still slow, still waiting to get up to pace. By the time he does, there'll be a length and a half separation between he and Canfield. Question is, can Canfield go back and have another go at him on starboard down towards the left-hand end of the start? Or will Menil be able to get a start out of this? Canfield lets him go. There's the delta 2 lengths before Menil is up to pace.
Yeah, you need to be about 2 to 3 boat lengths ahead in order to get around from port to starboard to line them up for another dial-up. So Canfield never got that extension where he was far enough ahead to swing around and dial him up. Now he's looking at it, so here he comes down. He's coming around, he's going to jibe, and he's going to try and dial Menil up. Menil's responding, he's jibing in front of him. He'll be clear ahead, Canfield will be clear astern. We are only just over a minute from the start. They're early here, so Menil's going to be looking to burn some time.
Yeah, I like what Canfield did there, because had Menil gone into a luff to tack to avoid him on starboard, he could have gotten pinned between Canfield and the signal boat. He opted to jibe, but that's pushed him into the starting box early. And now he's got to kill time, and he does by going head to wind here. Canfield will just set up behind him, push, force Menil into attack. Now Menil's still in trouble here, because even though he's tacked away from Canfield, he's getting boxed between Canfield, who's now behind him, and the signal boat ley line, which is coming up. 29 seconds to go. Menil in big trouble.
Yeah, part of the game in the pre-start is keeping your boat speed on, and Taylor's a master at this. He keeps the good boat pace on all the time. He's forcing Menil to tack, which is killing his boat speed. So Taylor has good boat speed. He's got able to steer. Menil down speed puts a lot of pressure on Menil.
Menil, last-ditch effort, but it doesn't work, and Canfield wins the start at the boat on top of Menil. Beautiful job. I've been mentioning fatigue late in the day, and some of the new teams perhaps getting schooled by the veterans. Well, Canfield has won this event 4 times. He's now training in Long Beach every day, and they're in the gym every day as well. And there's where the good teams like Canfield are just that little bit better when the day is getting long here in Long Beach. Menil tacks, and Canfield's just going to plant one right on top of him. And that's going to be a tough match to win. Have a look at number 2, the Grand Spinnaker over the CZR Spinnaker coming downwind. Bernson leading Dixon. But as Dave pointed out, we like to say Dixon's close enough to try and reel Bernson in. We'll see. Shifting back to the pre-start, race number 4 rather. Ian Williams from the left on port. Number 6, Nicholas Dachhammer on starboard. Number 5 to the right. Williams with a spinnaker up a little bit late. Both boats a little bit late, actually. Dachhammer just going over the top of the boat and setting his spinnaker now. But it's Williams with pace. Looks like a right-hand shift and pressure. Will he get across Dachhammer? Right now, I'd have to say yes.
Both spinnakers up. Williams trying to go for that cross. It's going to be close. Spinnaker's up. He's looks as though he could get across here. It's going to be very close. Umpires are watching. He's through. Rolls his transom down. Wiggles his way through, and he's off to the playground. So Williams in a nice position here. He's leading out to the playground. We'll see if he goes with his usual tactic, which is to go over here, come downwind in front of the pier. So Dackhammer is quite a bit down speed here. Williams has got good speed. Here comes Williams. He's going for the jibe. Jibes onto starboard. He's starboard right away. Dackhammer's the keep clear boat on port. He's got to get out of the way. He tacks. Now he's the leeward boat on starboard, and Williams has got to get out of the way. Williams getting up to speed, closing that gauge. They're very close. Williams tacks away. Nice job by Williams. He was at risk in that move. Williams again, nice speed. If you watch Williams and Canfield, they keep nice pace on the boat. They're always keeping the speed of the boat going, and that's one of the great things they do. Here comes Dackhammer following him, trying to build his speed back up. Williams has got 2 to 3 boat length lead. Dackhammer getting the spinnaker up, trying to get his boat speed going. I would expect to see Williams now coming down towards the pier. This is his classic move. Puts the jibe in. That gets him on starboard right away with Dackhammer on port. He's the giveaway boat. And again, goes Williams coming deep in the box. This is his signature move as he comes down. Dackhammer's trailing him. So we're coming up to 1 minute and 15 seconds to the start. Williams rounds up. Dackhammer's now pushing. He's on both boats on starboard with Dackhammer trailing. So Williams is looking as though he's coming, probably aiming for the pin end by the look of it, with Dackhammer pushing. Williams keeping that lead, 2 to 3 meter lead. Dackhammer closing, but Williams just keeping him off. Very nice. Now Williams has got Dackhammer locked in above him, so Dackhammer can't come down and get to the leeward of Williams. So Williams now going up. He's the leeward right away boat. Dackhammer has to keep away, out of the way. Down goes the jib. Dackhammer forced to tack away. Williams now tacking over on top of them. Williams is the giveaway boat at this point, but he's got great control of Dackhammer. We should see Dackhammer coming luffing at some point. Williams got great control. This is a really nice start by Ian Williams. So there we go.
That was a master class from Ian Williams. That is his textbook signature pre-start, and he's done it beautifully. Again, leaving Dackhammer with no options at all. He's just meticulously picked apart Dackhammer, and they'll head below the committee boat. Williams will take the start and an early lead. Beautiful job. Finally, the last match in Flight 6. Harry Price from Australia in number 7, over the top of the signal boat in 25 seconds, and then Nick Egnott Johnson on the left, number 10. This is great. It's Aussie against Kiwi. 2 young sailors, 2 rising stars here in the Congressional Cup. Who is your money on? Let's take a poll here in the booth. Here comes the entry. 4 minutes. Who do you like?
I got to go with Price. He's the young gun and a lot of experience. Tough person to beat.
Sue Ellen for Live Sail Die. You're here with the Knots team, Nick Egnott Johnson. So who's your money on? Easy question.
Pretty easy. You got to go the Kiwis in this one.
You got to go the Kiwis, mate. And Mary?
I'm going with Nick as well. He's got 4 points.
Well, that's 2 for Nick, which leaves me with no other choice but to take Price, even though I kind of like Nick because he's young and he's funny. So here we go. Will it be Price or Egnot Johnson into the dial-up? The Kiwis to lure the Aussies to windward. $3.15. This isn't going to end for a long time. This dial-up's likely to stay for a little while, don't you think?
Yes, we obviously need to find. There's some interesting matches going on coming down the course, but here we are on Price versus Egnot Johnson. They're in the dial-up. Price is the keep clear boat. Egnot Johnson is slightly advanced, so Price has got him in a good trap. Price sitting there holding him head to wind. The crew running backwards and forwards. If you watch the helmsman at this point, you'll see him pointing to the left and pointing to the right. And what that's indicating is which side he wants the jib on, which causes the bow to go to the left or the right. Price has now fallen off onto port tack. Spinnaker's going up, and he's looking to escape out to the playground. Egnot Johnson.
Yeah, Ashley Love is bringing us this shot, so we're gonna bring her into the commentary. Ashley, hey, it's Tucker here. Can you hear us out there? And what I want to ask you, since you're down on the starting line with these sailors, which side do you think they're fighting for?
I'll take 2 here. Okay.
You guys here? Thanks, Ash. Have fun out there. She said right. Mary's been saying right all day and late in the day. You know what happens here in Long Beach. We'll try to bring Ashley in throughout the week more often because she's got the best seat in the house on the water. Meanwhile, back in our start, minute and 30 seconds to go, and it's Price leading and jibing and dropping the spinnaker first here just to windward of ley line for the signal boat. The boats are both about 50 seconds early. We could see some maneuvering here.
We could. So one of the things that does happen late in the day is as the wind dies, it goes back to the left. So sometimes you get left paying in some of these, just wanting to full disclosure. Price leading in.
And that's why I wanted to bring Ash in, because she can see what they can on the water. There is a bit of left-hand pressure on the middle left of the course. In fact, one race is heading off there to the left right now. So good call, Mark. We could see some surprise lefties as the day ticks down here. The start ticking down as well. 40 seconds to go between Price and Egnot Johnson. Price leading. EJ going in for the hook. Has he got it? Will Nick get a hook on Harry? Luff him up? No, he can swing. So he gets set to windward. This time it's Harry. He's got a little bit of a hook to lure. And this is similar to the pre-start we saw with Ian Williams. Price has got Egnot Johnson in a very tough position. But unlike the last start, Nick holds there. He holds in this position, and that forces Price to answer, and he answers with a bow down. So Nick is going to get a start out of this. He's likely to tack because he's thin on Harry's hip. There's the gun. Price's bow crosses the line first, and here comes Egnot Johnson winding up to full speed, and yes, true to form, right into attack, but he does get a start out of this and a split.
And he gets a split, and Price has got the left, and I have to say the left is starting to look a little bit better now as we get later in the day. We'll see whether if Price thinks that the left is good, he's going to keep going. If he thinks the right might pay, we may see him come back to the other side. Here he comes back to the right. He's covering Egnot Johnson. He's obviously not that confident to the left, so he wants to protect his lead and come back and cover Egnot Johnson here.
Yeah, I think Price has done well out of that because we saw some left pressure hit. It's probably not going to be long-term, long-range, so he's going to capitalize on it, set up to the left of his opponent, but stay with him to the right and not let him get much leverage. So Price doing everything he needs to stay in the lead in that match. And Mary, when you're ready, bring us up to speed on what's going on the rest of the course.
All right, right now we got in the F&M Spinnaker, that's Taylor coming down with quite a lead over Manil in the Long Beach Yacht Club one. Taylor comes into this race with 3 points and Manil comes in with 1 point. And this will be to the finish. Taylor's been holding the lead for most of the race that he's been out there on the course. And then behind them is... I can't really see, so I got to be honest with you.
Notes though, as far as who's ahead.
Sorry.
Okay, so that was the Taylor Canfield match, and as Canfield is strongly ahead.
Okay.
Tell us how about Scotty Dixon's match?
Yeah. So then behind them we've got Scotty and Burnson, and they're coming down together. They're pretty close right out there. Scotty's coming in with 4 points, and Yanni has 5, and they're coming down to the finish.
Dixon close. I think Dixon's ahead.
Yeah, I think Scotty does look like he's ahead.
And how about Boo and Poo?
That's scary.
Right? So how about Bolden and Poole? What have you got in your notes there as far as who's ahead? They're still going upwind.
Yeah. Well, on the first mark rounding, they were Poole was ahead by about 27 seconds, and they're keeping it close again.
Center of the screen, you can see both boats jibing. That's Dixon with the CZR Spinnaker and the Grand Spinnaker of Yanni Burnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. That's definitely the most exciting and closest match in play on the race course, and arguably a very good one as far as the skill level between the two. Burnson on the left in the Grand Spinnaker. He's ahead and to leeward, looking to luff the CZR Spinnaker, Scott Dixon. Dixon's a little bit bow forward, and he's got pressure, and he's on the breeze. Look at the Spinnaker, the Grand Spinnaker's luffing match here. This is the action. This is what you want to see. Sparks flying. Scotty Dixon trying to break free of the luff from Burnson. There's an upwind boat that's going to get into the match, and Burnson's going to use it as a pick. He's going to jibe. Dixon can't jibe. Beautiful move by Johnny Burnson. And Dixon had to wait a length and a half before jibing as well. It was a sharp turn by Burnson, but his crew work responded beautifully. Now, is Dixon still in this? Has he got a piece of Burnson? He's to leeward, and he's got starboard tack advantage when the teams come back again. Burnson will have to jibe, I believe. And this to the finish. This is going to be a nail-biter, folks. And it's a tough one to pick because I know everyone loves Yanni Burnson here in Long Beach, but then Scotty Dixon is Long Beach's representative. Who's going to win it? Burnson, not on ley line, has to jibe. Scotty's got pace. Scotty's coming on strong from behind. He's going to go for a hook. Going to try and get an overlap and keep Burnson from jibing. Now Burnson's going to start soaking, wants to keep the overlap broken and get one jibe in before the finish. Can he do it? I don't think so. Dixon goes for the jibe first, but he leaves just a little bit of room for Burnson. Burnson takes it. Simultaneous jibes. It's close. Now, Dixon is on top of Burnson's breeze. It's tough to tell from this angle who's got it, who's ahead. It's a photo finish. It's bow to bow. Burnson to leeward, Dixon to windward. Look on the signal boat. See whose flag goes up, blue or yellow. Who's got it? Blue. Burnson has done it. Incredible match. That one's going to make the press conference. My goodness, and you can almost hear everyone holding their breath, particularly Dixon fans. Some of them can breathe now. Woo! That was a good one. We got a shot of a lamppost here. Let's shift into some sailing. There we go. Back on the race course, number 8, Chris Poole leading his match downwind over Will Bolden. But there's a yellow flag on it. Let's tell you who's yellow. Poole. Okay, so Poole has a penalty to undertake, and the game is pretty close, so that's going to be an entertaining match. Oh, no, it's not close. I'm looking at the wrong one. Poole is way ahead. In fact, you'd have to give him enough distance there to get rid of his penalty, wouldn't you?
Yeah, he's got a good lead here. He's Bolden's quite a bit behind, but you can make mistakes taking penalties. I've seen it before. People not taking the penalty correctly, not getting the head of the spinnaker down. So not over until you've burnt that penalty, but Poole's certainly looking in a strong position. And here we are over in the middle of the Seven Angels, which is Ian Williams versus Dackhammer. So here we are. We've got Williams on the left, just jibing, with Dackhammer on the right. So Williams is now on port, Dackhammer on starboard. Williams crossing ahead of Dackhammer. Williams crossing ahead of Dackhammer.
I've got 10 marked. I'll mark 7 when he's about the same place I marked 10.
There goes Dackhammer onto starboard port as well.
7 by about 13.
And here comes Poole down to the finish, just coming into the shot. He's carrying a penalty. Has to burn his penalty at the finish and hold off Bolden, who is just behind him. Middle of the line, we've got the spinnaker of Ian Williams coming down. He's rounding the gate and heading back upwind.
That's Bolden there.
Bolden's the Club 100, the one.
Okay, so here's Poole on the finish line. He simply has to get rid of his penalty, spin up into the wind, tack complete, go back to a downwind course, and cross the finish line comfortably ahead of his opponent. Don't remember what the penalty was for, but either way, that is such a massive lead. It'll be a good way to end the day for Chris Poole and Riptide Racing from Oak Cliff Sailing Center in New York. Penalty complete. Give him a cheer, folks. Chris Poole wins this final race of the day. Okay, shifting our focus back upwind, the Audi Spinnaker is ahead of the Stella Artois Spinnaker. That's number 10.
EJ and Price.
Egnot Johnson over Price, New Zealand over Australia. Wow, Sue Ellen here from Live Sail Die is happy with that. She's here with the Egnot Johnson Knots Racing team. And they're winning downwind. So that's Egnot Johnson to the far left in the Audi Spinnaker, number 10. And the Stella Spinnaker all the way to the right, Harry Price. Price looks like he's in good pressure, and there's a split. So it's not over.
Not over by any means. When you start getting distance between these boats, you don't need much of a wind shift or a velocity change. And suddenly boats which you think are out of the game are back right in. So Stella Artois, that is Harry Price. Harry Price is coming down the right side.
Meanwhile, looking on screen is number 4, Taylor Canfield over Menil. That's Canfield jibing in the F&M Bank Spinnaker to the farthest right-hand side. Very comfortable in that match. Canfield looks like he'll close it out with a win if things stay as they are. Got to give Mike Van Dyke credit for pushing it late in the day. This was a great flight as well. Breeze held, and certainly exciting racing as the first day of the Congressional Cup comes close to a close.
1 is over. 4 over 1 by a minute.
So on the left, the Audi, Circle Audi of Egnot Johnson, coming down just ahead of the Stella Artois Spinnaker of Harry Price. New Zealand versus Australia. Egnot Johnson jibing back onto starboard and going off, leading out to the left. Price looking as though he's starting to close this down a little bit. Egnot Johnson has at least one more jibe before he gets to the finish. Here he comes down.
I believe this is their mark rounding.
Oh, I beg your pardon. He's coming down to the leeward mark.
And then behind them, we've got in the F&M flag, we've got Taylor with a pretty good lead. He rounded that top mark with 1 minute and 20 seconds in front of Menil. So they're coming down to the finish. Right now you can see that Nick just took down his spinnaker. He's going around the gates. Right behind them is Price. So they're going to go back up one more time.
Price certainly closed it down in that downwind leg. He was quite a bit behind, and now he's closed it up to 3 or 4 boat lengths. So stay close on the next leg and attack him again downwind. There as Spinnaker comes down. Nice Spinnaker drop. And heading up behind, probably about a 3 boat length lead for Egnott Johnson. So all still to play for in this match. In between the middle of them, the Farmers and Merchant Bank Spinnaker of Taylor Canfield, leading Menil downwind. He's got a lead, but no lead is ever comfortable.
In the middle of the screen, I like what Harry Price is doing. There's massive velocity coming down from the middle left-hand side, and then the far upper right has some breeze as well. So if Price can get a piece of that breeze from the left, nope, he's going to tack back and try and get his opponent out of phase here. We'll see if Egnott Johnson takes the bait, but no question who's ahead. Good pressure to Egnott Johnson as well as he winds up into attack. He'll protect the right and force Price likely back to the left. Meanwhile, number 4, Taylor Canfield, unstoppable as he heads for home in this final race of the day over Francis Menil. Price going back for more. Textbook tacking duel. This time, after Price tacks, Egnott Johnson doesn't take the bait. He'll extend to the right, and that's where that upper right-hand pressure is going to advantage the young Kiwi team. Look for him to hook his bow into it and then roll into attack. Here it comes. Meanwhile, back at the top of the track, that's Ian Williams, right?
Yep, that's Ian leading Dackheimer. Yeah, Ian's going up to the top mark there for the second mark rounding. He's leading Dackheimer right now.
Meanwhile, on screen, it's the Farmer and Merchant Bank Spinnaker of Taylor Canfield coming down to the finish. Should be crossing the finish line any second. There goes the horn. There goes the yellow flag. Another win for Taylor Canfield. So Taylor Canfield, that is his third straight win. So after a slow start, he seems to be getting back up to speed.
Okay, at the top of the track, the first Spinnaker has been hoisted. That's Williams over Dackheimer. This will be the final run. Williams rolls immediately into a jibe. Dackheimer sets close behind in the Durant Design and Construction. Thank you, Bill Durant, former Commodore, for all your support of the Congressional Cup. His son Dustin has sailed in this event a couple times. But he's sitting this one out. Dustin, if you can hear us, we want you to join us this week on the commentary. Open invitation. Thank you, Mary. 12 seconds, the advantage to Williams over Dackheimer as they head for home. 2 more matches in play on the course. Once again, a reminder, if you'd like to join us at the Long Beach Yacht Club, the official press conference begins half an hour after the finish of this last race.
So on screen we can see Price and Egnott Johnson. They have an attacking battle going up the center of this course. Harry Price trying to get separation from Egnott Johnson so he can get some leverage and try and get a little more breeze or a little wind shift on the opposite side of the course from Egnott Johnson. Egnott Johnson, on the other hand, trying to keep it close. He's coming back onto starboard, trying to close the game up, and there goes Price. So Price is trying to be out of phase with Egnott Johnson, so they're getting different wind velocity. They get the opposite shift, so if a shift pays for one, it hinders the other. And here we're coming back. We've switched over to the Williams versus Dackheimer match. Coming for a cross, Williams jibing just before he gets to Dackheimer's line, so hasn't got a clear cross. Looks like Dackheimer's closed this up. And in the background you can see the tacking duel between Price and Egnott Johnson. So Dackheimer jibes away on this match, getting separation, trying to find a different bit of pressure, a different wind velocity, or a little bit of direction so he can get catch Williams. Williams coming down relentlessly towards the finish. There's Dackhammer jibing back underneath, and here comes the cross in the middle of the picture. You can see Agnott Johnson crossing just ahead of Harry Price. That match is going to come down to the wire as well. Two exciting last matches. Williams has jibed just off screen, and here comes Dackhammer coming back in towards him as the attacking duel between Price and Agnott Johnson occurs at the top, and here we are back. Williams jibing in front of Dackhammer. Williams just ahead, and Dackhammer's trying to get up onto his hip and steal his breeze and steal the win at in the last and dying seconds.
Thank you, Mark. Well, the breeze has been filtering down from the left in the first half of this run, so Williams has been protecting that until now, right? Dackhammer's had the strongest gain of the whole race in this last minute or so, but Williams has positionally put himself in a nice situation. He can probably extend to the pin, one last quick jibe, and Dackhammer's going to probably try and close the door on his breeze, but I think it may be too little too late. Williams, one of the best positional sailors in the game, has set himself up between his competition and the finish, pin favored, and he's leading to it. In this fourth match of Flight 6 comes to a close. The left-hand boat, number is that 6, is the Seven Angels Spinnaker, Ian Williams from Great Britain. Williams hasn't had all wins today. He's had 2. This is going to be his 3rd. And I think it's all but sealed up. Yep, he's got it into the pin. No more jibe left. Give it a round of applause for Ian Williams, wrapping up his final match of the day over Nicholas Dackhammer. And then finally, one more match. Can Harry Price catch Nick Agnott Johnson? Both boats heading downwind. Pressure coming from the upper left, so both boats have jibed. That's what Williams did when he was in the lead. Nick did it as well. And Price is trying to pounce, trying to roll over the top of him, trying to get on his breeze. That Circle Audi Spinnaker just bobbling a little bit. Has Price got a bit of his breeze from the Stella Artois Spinnaker? It's a lot closer than it looks. This is the final match, the final sprint to the finish. Can Agnott Johnson hold off the charge from Price? On paper, Price has the resume to prove he can win. But Agnott Johnson in control of this match. Both looking to move on in this regatta. And this is the Trans-Tasman battle. The Kiwis against the Aussies. Who's going to win it?
Price may be seeing something out on the right side of this course. He's jibed and gone over. There's looking like there's some better pressure on the right, so he's jibed and headed for it. Agnott Johnson cutting down on the number of jibes, and he's heading to the right. Price coming back. He's picked up that pressure, now coming back and to leeward. Agnott Johnson going deeper, so this is going to be a velocity made good game. One sailing a little more distance and a little faster, and the other sailing less distance and a little slower.
I agree with you, Mark. I think Price went out to the right as we look upwind to get more breeze, and in my opinion, considering he's trailing and this is to the finish, he could have gone farther. He could have extended into some even more pressure that we're seeing here. Yes, a roll of the dice, but that's what you need to do in this position to try and win the match, and that might have advantaged him. We'll have to see. Now, as this breeze filters from Price to Agnott Johnson, I don't think Nick, the Kiwi boat, the lead boat, is on ley line for the pin. He's going to have to get one more jibe in, but speed-wise, he seems to be faster than Price on this final run.
He did. When Price jibed away, Agnott Johnson went deeper. He went further downwind, so he sort of cut the corner a little bit on Price. A very nice move. He was able to keep his boat speed up. Price is on a leeward track here, so Agnott Johnson still got a jibe across his line. And has he got enough of a lead?
Price's Vang look a bit tight to you? His Vang looks a lot tighter to me than Agnott Johnson's.
Yeah, it does a bit. Here we go. Both boats jibed. Price trying to stay on top of Agnott Johnson's wind. Looks like Agnott Johnson doesn't have another jibe to get to the finish. Price is going to have to jibe at the bow of the race committee boat and try and sneak across and get the win as he comes across at the race committee boat. Agnott Johnson digging deep, coming down middle of the picture here, and over to you.
All but over, into the finish, and not much left for Harry Price, the Stella Artois Spinnaker, who tried to reel in his opponent, but it wasn't to be. The last match on the race course, the last win this afternoon here in Long Beach, day number 1 of the Congressional Cup, will go to Nick Egnott Johnson from New Zealand over Australia's Harry Price. The last cheer, folks. Let them hear you for those that are still here on the pier. There we go. All right. Well done, Nick. And that's it. That wraps up day number 1. Action-packed afternoon here in Long Beach, California. The 55th Annual Congressional Cup is officially underway. We'd like to thank you for joining us here on the pier and, of course, live around the world online. This is just the start, folks. We've got a lot more to throw at you this week, and we're going to be here through to the end Sunday. Who will be crowned the victor of the 55th Annual Congressional Cup? Well, Mark Townsend and Mary Cheers and I will be predicting that and actually delivering it to you by the end. Sunday afternoon, the party continues here on the Belmont Pier, but for right now, we're closed out. We're going to head back to the Long Beach Yacht Club for the official press conference. Join us tomorrow. Action continues here in Long Beach, 11:30 a.m. the start time. Thanks for joining us.